Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at report stage on the motions in group number 1 of Bill C8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que
I have the honor of informing the House that the Senate has communicated a message to the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of this House is desired, Bill S-211.
To enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff. The bill is deemed to have been read the first time and ordered for a second reading at the next sitting of the House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Shores St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always such an honour to rise in this place and speak on behalf of my community, South Shore St. Margaret's. Today, we are debating the report stage of Bill C8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament December 14th of 2021, and other measures. In other words, more government spending on COVID-19. Let's look at the NDP Liberal COVID spending to date in this bill. The fall fiscal update added another $70 billion in new spending, and this spending is on top of that. The $70 billion I mentioned does not even include the Liberal campaign promises, which will be tens of billions more if, and that's a big if, the NDP Liberal government lives up to their campaign promises in their coalition. The bill is going to add $70 billion on top of what we saw in the public accounts, the $1.4 trillion of debt that Canadian taxpayers are now on the hook for. Think about that. $70 billion more on top of the $1.4 trillion that has already been added till now. It's said that you should know history so you don't repeat it. Well, I guess this government doesn't know history, because if they had, they'd see that the son is repeating the mistakes of the father. To understand the context of what this bill and this spending impact on the economy bill will be, let's take a look at what the father did. It tells us that the country will face in the coming years because of the fiscal mismanagement of the son and the father. In the federal election of 1968, Pierre Trudeau reassured Canadians that a Liberal government would not raise taxes or increase spending. The government, he said during the election of 1968, is not Santa Claus. So how did that work out? When Pierre Trudeau became Prime Minister, real government spending increased from 17% of GDP to 24.3%. In other words, the federal government's share of the economy rose 42% under Trudeau Sr. Every single area of the federal government spending increased under Trudeau Sr., except defence spending, where he cut spending in half as a percentage of the budget. When Pierre Trudeau took office, we spent more on national defence than we did on servicing the country's debt. When he left office in 1984, for every dollar the government spent on defence, we spent $3 on paying just the interest on his national debt. So how did he do it? He created 114 agencies and commissions. He created 7 new government departments for a total of 464 Crown corporations with 213 subsidiaries. The annual deficit rose to almost $40 billion. Now that doesn't seem so unreasonable given what we've seen spending in this place lately. However, that $40 billion was on a base budget of an annual Government of Canada budget of $100 billion. I raise this because, as the adage goes, like father, like son. Pierre Trudeau said once that we're going to build socialism here. Well, he did, and his son just formalized it. You see, people who grew up in the 1930s, such as Pierre Trudeau, saw Roosevelt's New Deal of massive government infrastructure spending to pull the U.S. out of the Great Depression. They thought that this approach in the 1970s would stimulate us out of the stagflation of that time. That is, for those of you who don't remember, high inflation combined with high unemployment and stagnant demand in the economy. and it was disastrous. It was so bad that at one point, Pierre Trudeau brought in wage and price controls. He said, "Zap, you're frozen," and froze all wages and prices. So when those socialist wage and price controls came off, the floodgates of wage demands and price increases, adjustments went up even faster. And by the time Pierre Trudeau left office, 38 cents of every dollar collected in taxes by the Government of Canada was to pay interest, only interest, on the debt. The biggest single government program was paying interest on Pierre Trudeau's debt. The government in 1984 spent more on debt interest payments than it spent on defense spending and health care combined. You see, Trudeau's policies of massive spending led to a rapid rise in interest rates to try and reduce inflation. All that government spending simply made it worse. In the early 1980s, banks were creating home mortgages at 21% annual interest rates. When Brian Mulroney took office in 1984, and I joined that government as a young staffer, we had to break the cycle of spending and deficits that were killing Canada's economy and jobs. By 1987, Mulroney was managing the government in an operating surplus position, reversing the structural deficits created by the Liberals. The deficits after 1987 were entirely as a result of paying interest on Pierre Trudeau's debt. And the government remained in an operating surplus through successive prime ministers until this government came to office. The Mulroney government reined in spending, fundamentally restructured the economy with a new vision to deal with the economics of the day. Fundamental changes such as the complete restructuring of Canada's financial services industry, the first introduction anywhere in the world of free trade, didn't exist anywhere before then, the replacement of the 13.5% manufacturer's sales tax with the 7% goods and services tax, the elimination of the National Energy Program and the job-killing Foreign Investment Review Agency, and yes, the privatization of 23 Crown corporations, which I was proud to be a part of, including Air Canada. The Chrétien government continued this work with further cuts in government spending, although they took a different approach. They collapsed the separate unemployment insurance fund into the consolidated revenue fund, then artificially kept payments high in order to build up a surplus that was not needed to pay unemployment insurance, but was used to pay down the debt. They dropped the government spending on health care by 50%. And it took the governments that followed more than 25 years to break the back of Trudeau's disastrous spending. But he was a piker compared to his son, who has added more debt to Canada's national accounts in 6 years than all other governments since our founding in 1867. The son in 2015 promised small stimulus deficits that would be balanced by 2019. So just like his father did in 68, who said he wouldn't spend, son promised the same thing in 2015, and we know how all that turned out. Spending $600 million on high school students living at home in their first round of COVID spending. This government also spent $11.8 billion on CERB for 15 to 24-year-olds who were living with their parents. $7 billion spent on spouses and households with more than $100,000 in earnings. $110 billion was spent on the Canadian wage subsidy. And some studies have found that the money did obviously go to struggling companies during COVID, but many were strong enough to withstand it on their own. 24% of that money went to companies whose revenue actually increased during COVID, and 49% to companies whose profits increased during COVID. Spending more than $600 billion in 2 years, printing more than $3 billion a week in new money, has caused the structural inflation of almost 6% we now see. In the coming year or two, we will start to see wage inflation as a result of the way companies, both unionized and not, determine how their employees get pay raises, which is usually based on inflation. As publicly traded companies raise salaries at levels because consultants on their HR board committees will say they need to do so, or risk losing their employees to other competitors, combined with the demands for CPI adjustments in union contracts, that's what's going to create wage inflation. We haven't seen anything yet. The wage inflation will fuel further goods inflation, as more dollars will flood the market chasing limited goods, which in turn leads to higher inflation. The consequences of providing all these universal government COVID programs, pushing all this money into the economy at levels not needed, and now new social programs when they're not even properly funding health care, will add to the structural deficit that this country has. And they have no plans to reduce the footprint of government in the economy, which means we're heading towards a stagnation 1970s type of situation. I can't support this bill because Bill C-8 and the recently tabled budget will just make Canada's finances drastically worse. The NDP Liberals have not learned in their pact from what happened in the 1970s, and yes, they had a pact in the 1970s too. History is repeating, like father, like son. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think, the member from Carleton, if he does ultimately become the leader of the Conservative Party, he has no doubt a credible finance critic for the Conservative right, Mr. Speaker. What I just witnessed there, or what we all witnessed, is is that reform mentality, that extreme right, in terms of just cut everything, and that's the type of opposition that we could be heading towards. So I wish him well in regards to his future endeavors. But my question to the member is the position of the Conservative Party today now saying that the expenses that were used to support programs such as the wage subsidy, the CERB program, was money not well spent? Does he believe that we should not have ventured into that area?
The Honourable Member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always intrigued by the interventions for the member for Winnipeg North, and I appreciate that he thinks I'm a future finance minister, and I hope he passes that on to the member for Carleton and others. Well, I've promoted myself to government, so. Madam Speaker, in answer to the question, as you know, and as the member knows, we supported those initial programs because of the speed with which the pandemic hit us. Absolutely, all of the parties supported it. But once we were a few months in, and if we all recall back then, people thought it would be very short. It ended up being longer. It was time for more targeted programs when it was clear that not all companies and all people were suffering at the same level during COVID. The government failed to do that, and that's the danger of universal social programs.
Les questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague for his speech. When I look at bills being proposed by the government, like C-8, when we look at the budget, what we're seeing is a desire to centralize everything. It seems that the government is not trying to deal with its own files, always seems to be looking to go get a little more ground from its neighbors. For the very first time, even though it's for noble purposes, Ottawa will take up the fiscal space it didn't before, which is property taxes, when it has not consulted municipalities or provinces about it. Does my colleague believe, like his colleague from North Simcoe, that this government should have dealt with the provincial government about this first?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It's a long history. I went through some of the history on the financial side of this Liberal Party that always intervenes into provincial jurisdiction. Our party, and I know the Honourable Members Party, are very conscious of the Constitution and abiding by the Constitution. And there isn't a dollar of government, federal government money, which really isn't government money, it's taxpayer money, that the Liberals wouldn't rather put a Canadian flag on to send out rather than letting the provinces do it, and they'll go and ignore the Constitution and intervening in those areas for their own gain and political purposes.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for from South Shore, South Margaret's. I apologize, I got it out. I appreciate some history that you've spoken about today, and it really made me reflect on the importance of teachers. And I'm wondering if the member could please share whether he's in support of the refundable tax credit for teachers and ECEs. There's so many educators who are spending money out of their own pockets in order to do the work that they do so well in educating our future generations. And I'm wondering if you could speak to whether you support this tax credit or not. Thank you.
So the honourable member has to address the questions and comments through the chair. She might want to refrain from using the word you. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, a brief answer, please.
Thank you to the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. It's a great question. Of course we support teachers. If I didn't support teachers, I couldn't go home because all my in-laws are teachers in Ontario, so the Waite family. So, but what's at the root of that is teachers shouldn't have to be buying supplies for the classrooms. The education system should be funding that. One of the reasons the provinces are having trouble funding the education system is because of the underfunding at the federal level of the healthcare system that's been cut by from 50% support under the Chrétien government to 22% under this government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Always an honor to rise in the House, for sure. Before I get started into my intervention on C8, Madam Speaker, you know, in this House we heard of a couple of Canadian icons that passed away, hockey icons. And ironically, Madam Speaker, when I was writing my speech, I got a text message, and Coach Greg Lanigan from my riding, who was absolutely instrumental for my hockey career and to build me to who I am today, passed away on Monday. So, Madam Speaker, Coach Greg Lanigan will go down in the heavens of the Hockey Hall of Fame, at least in my books. Madam Speaker, just going to go through about 5 or 6 points here of Bill C8, and so I'll just kind of go through in order, and I'm reading all this directly off of the summary sheet from that bill, Madam Speaker. So the first point, the Northern Resident Deductions. So it says under Part 1B, expand the travel component of the Northern Residents Deduction by giving all Northern residents the option to claim up to $1,200 in eligible travel expenses even if the individual has not received travel assistance from their employer. Well, Madam Speaker, I continue to go through Bill C8. What I didn't see, Madam Speaker, was a deduction of travel expenses for skilled trades workers. I didn't see that. What I didn't see is a bill that could have simply been infused into the budget, quite frankly, Bill C-241, my private member's bill, that would have a complete deduction of travel expenses. So I'm wondering, it makes one wonder, if we're going to give a $1,200 travel expense to Northern residents, which, great, wouldn't it only make sense if indeed this bill is so important to pass that we would make sure that we recognize the skilled trades and those folks that are going to build back Canada? Number 2, Madam Speaker, Part 1D, introduce a new refundable tax credit to return fuel charge proceeds to farming businesses in backstop jurisdictions. Well, Madam Speaker, at least in Essex, and I just happen to be a bona fide farmer myself, Bill C-8 does not speak to those farmers who are still going through the challenging times. As an example, dairy farmers in my riding are still waiting for compensation from the CUSMA deal. So why do we delay, as we're quite often accused of doing? Well, C-8 doesn't even consider all the issues. Number 3, Madam Speaker, housing, something that's been talked about an awful lot in the debate of C8, of course. And so before I read the summary, and by the way, in the summary, I don't see where it says young adults can afford or find a home. Nowhere in there does it say that a hard-working young man or woman can actually find a home, let alone afford a home. Part 2 enacts the Underused Housing Tax Act. This act implements an annual tax of 1% on the value of vacant or underused residential property directly or indirectly owned by non-resident non-Canadians. And so a measly 1% tax, Madam Speaker. Here's an idea, maybe a little bit crazy. Why not give support to municipalities such as the municipality of Lakeshore in my riding that's had to turn away major investments from major hotel chains because they have no stormwater capacity? And why not give major investments to the town of Essex and hamlets such as Colchester and McGregor so that they can build the proper sewage systems all along the way, building capacity for homes? You're taking it from lagoons and you're building plants. Now, some might say it's because that's kind of falls under provincial jurisdiction. Well, we all know there's only one taxpayer. So as opposed to pointing the finger at all of this unused property, let's give it to the municipalities, give them their support so they can build hundreds and hundreds of homes. Oh, and the other crazy one, Madam Speaker, might just be perhaps the government should tax itself 1% on unused property. Because we have a lot of federal buildings, Madam Speaker, that are underused. And probably a bunch more because of all the people that have not come back to work. Number 4, Madam Speaker, denied EI benefits. Part 7 amends the Employment Insurance Act to specify the maximum number of weeks for which benefits may be paid in a benefit period to certain seasonal workers. Well, I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, just like many other members in this House, I'm quite confident, I can say that in confidence. My office is completely inundated with phone calls. Phone calls about citizenship. Phone calls about passports or the lack thereof. Phone calls about EI claims. Phone calls about tax returns. And before COVID hit, Madam Speaker, for the 4 months of, I guess if we can call it normalcy as a member of Parliament, but I'm not sure we can, we got return phone calls to our office helping us out along the way. Now, Madam Speaker, even our offices can't get return phone calls. So instead of coming up with ideas for the Employment Insurance Act, why not spend money, instead of spending money on proof of vaccination for federal employees, why not get them back to work? So that our offices can actually get answers on citizenships, on passports, on EI claims, and on tax returns so we can actually help our constituents. I got a phone call from Sarah from Canada Post, who still's off work. And by the way, she's a letter carrier. And she works outside and she still can't go back to work. This is not brain surgery, Madam Speaker. They need to get back to work. Homelessness, mental health, opioid abuse, suicide, Madam Speaker. We all know the stories. We all have them in our own backyards. I know in the town of Kingsville, homelessness is on the rise. Again, we have all these federal buildings not being used. Perhaps, just perhaps, that would be a great start for affordable housing. And Madam Speaker, if we want to talk about support, I recently spoke to the Windsor-Essex Mental Health Association, and they told us they are completely burnt out. And so in Bill C-8, which if it's so important, where is the funding for mental health issues and more staff? And finally, Madam Speaker, with regard to just transition, spoke to a gentleman from IBEW earlier this week, and he told me that some 700 coal jobs will be eliminated very shortly in the Regina area. 700 coal jobs. So where in Bill C-8 does it talk about training for these 700 folks? Training for these folks so that they don't lose their jobs forever, they can just transition into another clean energy project. And so, Madam Speaker, in closing, truthfully, and I think I've laid it out pretty well, Bill C-8 spends a whole bunch of money but gets very little accomplished. And those that need the greatest support have one more time been walked past and left behind, all while the remaining Canadians are left holding the tax bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What the member doesn't necessarily realize is that C-8 is the fall of 2021 economic statement. It's a bill that provides substantial support. Example, $1.5 billion or approximately $1.5 billion towards rapid testing. Think about it. This is back in the fall when we recognized the need, put the budgetary allocation out for it, and those rapid tests and how much in demand they were, thinking of December and January. There's many benefits to support small businesses in this legislation, Madam Speaker. My question is, can the member explain to Canadians why it is that it's taken the Conservative Party to recognize how important the legislation is, yet they continue to debate and debate and debate the bill, that we had to bring in time allocation to finally try to get this bill passed, the fall economic statement, when in fact we've already debated the budget for 22-23.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll tell you what this member does recognize. What he does recognize is homelessness. What he does recognize is jobs being lost. What he does recognize is farmers. Farmers not being taken care of. What he does recognize, Madam Speaker, is skilled trades being walked past and people denied benefits. And what I really recognize, Madam Speaker, is the fact that I have so many constituents call my office and they can't get answers because of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've been increasingly seeing various forms of sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle interference in fields of provincial and Quebec jurisdiction, and here we're seeing a new form of interference with municipal jurisdiction. And it's not just me or the Bloc Québécois that says so. Patrick Taillon, an expert constitutional expert, has said so. This is a matter of interference in municipal matters. And I think that this is concerning and insidious. We see these small efforts to gradually interfere even more without many people noticing, despite the efforts of our party. I'd like to hear from our colleague. I know he doesn't necessarily stand for centralization. What does he think of this interference, not only in the area of health, but now in the area of municipal taxation?
Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very well. Thank you very much to the member for the question. To be really honest with you, in my perusal through Bill C-8, I didn't see, I didn't read a lot into that. But what I will tell you, Madam Speaker, is I am a freedom fighter. I've always been a freedom fighter, and you know, I really think that through all levels of government, if we have open communication and monologue, I think if there's always a solution, but the solution never happens unless the conversations happen. So thank you to the member. You know, listen, let's just continue to have open discussion, conversation, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague from Essex for his intervention. Real quickly, with regards to taking time, I do want to ask him about this, is that since 2007, the citizens of Windsor and Essex County have been waiting for this government to help save Ojibwe shores, and we still have yet to see any action for that. And I have a private member's bill that will do that, and we still don't have a commitment from the government to do that. I'd like to hear from him about that. I mean, they're getting complaints about delaying this for this chamber, but at the same time, since 2007, over 130 endangered species are still at risk, and I'd like to hear his comments on that.
Answer from the member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And as I did speak to this, I guess it was just a couple of weeks ago. Absolutely, I've met with the mayors. They are in support. They are in favor. The truth of the matter is, it's already kind of a natural space. So yes, absolutely. Let's continue the discussion. Let's move it forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise and represent the constituents from Kelowna Lake Country. The government often likes to speak of the economic strength of immigrants choosing to make new lives here in Canada. On this, they are not wrong. Generations of new Canadians have made this country prosper. The government also likes to make the point, again not wrongly, that immigrants will be strong contributors to ensuring that our nation, as it exits out of the pandemic, rebuilds itself economically. But immigrants will not be able to do that if immigrants do not choose to stay in Canada. Increasingly, we are seeing troubling signs that Canadians and newcomers to Canada are looking to take their ingenuity, entrepreneurship, and experience elsewhere, thanks to this government's high-cost, high-priced fiscal policy. A recent Ledger poll shows that 46% of young immigrants say they are less likely to stay in Canada. The top two reasons they look to leave when asked why they would not recommend Canada to future immigrants were the cost of living and the current leadership in government. Some have come from the world's poorest, often corrupt regions. They come to Canada to escape hostile governments and the dire economic approaches they practice. Inflation is not a new concept to newcomers. Some have seen bad regimes allow the value of their earned dollars to be diluted. And they are seeing the early warning signs of those similarly inflating approaches here in Canada. It does not take training in micro or macroeconomics to get this. When $100 only buys 2 bags of groceries when it used to buy 3. The government continues to tell you that inflation is transitory. Well, the transition has been bad to worse. Numerous small businesses and entrepreneurs are telling me that they've looked to move south of the border to find better opportunities for their own success. Those comments are not flippant, they are serious. And if we take a step back, we get an idea of how serious they are. We are now exiting from a once-in-a-century sized global pandemic and economic crisis. Yet even after weathering 2 years of economic disruption beyond what anyone can remember, people are still potentially looking to move. I talked to a business owner from Kelowna Lake Country recently on the phone while I was in the Toronto airport waiting for a flight, and they were commenting to me on this. Red tape, regulatory burdens, tax increases, they do not give hope for prosperity. They were looking to move their lives and businesses because of the uncertainty that the Liberal NDP plans have and will do to our economy going forward. The Liberal NDP government's overinflating fiscal policy through legislation like C8 will ruin small businesses' ability to succeed. It will leave families at the mercy of higher prices for gas, groceries, and homes. The government's insistence on passing yet another overpriced package of spending commitments will only make this worse. Members of Parliament on that side of the House do not need to take my word for it either. They can take it from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Earlier this year, the parliamentary budget officer expressed his confusion by the government's proposal for $100 billion over the next 3 years, a number already exponentially increased by NDP agreements. After all, in December of 2020, the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister committed to having guardrails on our economic recovery spending. They said the faster Canadians would be able to return to their jobs would decrease the stimulus needing to be spent. Even though the government claims to have recovered 100% of the jobs lost, they have not just ignored those guardrails, they have joined with the New Democrats to build a steep ramp. The Liberals and New Democrats deal outlines new spending sprees even higher than before, deriving even less value for money for Canadian taxpayers, while ensuring they'll receive an even higher bill by the end of this Parliament. The area where less value for dollar is of particular concern in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country is on the issue of housing. A recent community survey I sent out had hundreds and hundreds of people respond how the rise of house prices are affecting them, and they gave their suggestions. The government has now sat on that side of the House for 7 years. In that time, they have watched the prices of homes in my riding rise year after year to the point that they have now doubled. The benchmark selling price of a single-family home in Kelowna has now risen to $1 million. Housing prices in Lake Country rose similarly, with new figures from BC Assessment showing a one-year increase of 32%. These increases jeopardize the ability of retirees on fixed income to stay in their homes. It prevents first-time homebuyers from ever being able to buy a home. It forces families to live in homes that no longer suit their family size. It forces people to spend far more than 30% of their pre-tax income on rent. The Liberal government and its housing minister insist on saying they support affordable housing, yet they are not insistent on seeing any of it built. We have a national housing strategy that now effectively applies only to millionaires, and a housing accelerator that accelerates prices but not construction. What's the new Liberal NDP government solution to these broken programs via C8 and other policies? Pour more tax dollars into it. Well, pouring water into a broken dishwasher doesn't fix it. Spending sprees are not just unfair to those looking for homes today as prices rise, but to those who will be paying for it tomorrow. The legislation before us alone would cost taxpayers over $700 billion, while our national debt has already risen to $1.2 trillion. The national debt is not talked about by this government, and checking records, unless it was very recently, no member of this government has said the words national debt since the last election. Perhaps the government does not believe Canadians care about what the debt load is that they are carrying. But I can report I've now had the opportunity to see them proved wrong on this twice already within the last month. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation organized a truck to carry a national debt clock around the country. It gives Canadians a second-by-second look at how fast our debt rises. They made a new debt clock because the government broke the previous one because the total was too high. When they announced they would be in Kelowna Lake Country, I attended and saw them again here in Ottawa. Everyday people I speak with understand that a dollar borrowed by this government today is a dollar owed by their children and grandchildren of tomorrow. Legislation like what we see here today is only an extension of the ever-increasing receipt, one the government looks insistent on ensuring is passed down the checkout line to those behind them. Speaking of checkout lines, this month I'm surveying my riding of Kelowna Lake Country with a mail-out on to households to get feedback on how much families are paying at the grocery store. I'm looking forward to going through all of those responses as they come in. No one comes up to me to say their dollars are going farther at the grocery store. They're telling me that they're thinking of eating less so their kids can have a full meal, or that someone they know personally is starting to skip meals. The CEO of my local food bank recently stated they had seen a 20% increase in clients. I think of an email I received from a constituent in Kelowna Lake Country some months ago. Quote, "We are taxed to poverty. With EI and CPP premiums all increasing, carbon tax increases along with inflation running rampant, our paychecks keep getting smaller. Canadians are going to be in the poorhouse." Unquote. I've received hundreds of emails like this, and it's my duty to bring these voices from Kelowna Lake Country into this House. And it's the duty of this government to listen. Sadly, the government is failing to listen, as legislation like this will only leave life more expensive. There is nothing in this $700 billion piece of legislation for fighting inflation or for economic recovery and growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would differ with the member. Within this legislation, for example, there are supports to small businesses. Contrary to what members opposite believe, when you reflect back on the months of December, January, February, there were many small businesses that need the type of support that's being provided by this piece of legislation. And my question to the member is, does she not recognize the need to support small businesses in Canada? If so, why would she say that there's, or make a false accusation saying that there's no support for people? That's just one example.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this piece of legislation is like an omnibus bill. It has a whole number of pieces in it. And we have been very supportive all along the way of legislation that has helped small businesses. And, however, we've also made recommendations to amend a lot of the legislation over the last couple of years, because the government would put out legislation that really wasn't accommodating and helpful to small businesses. They had a lot of parameters and rules where small businesses weren't applicable. We've made many suggestions for that. One example was that you had to deal with a major bank, not a credit union, in order to be applicable for programs. Another one was that you had to have a corporate bank account. So we've continually made recommendations to this government to help small businesses and have supported small businesses all along the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? L'Honourable
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Abitibi St. James. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kelowna for her speech. In C8, there are gaps when they talk about fiscal updates where they don't even mention labor, and where there are, even though there's a major shortage everywhere in Canada. When they talk about the fight against tax havens, there's nothing being done, or health transfers. That's up to the provinces for them. What does my colleague think of that?
On the Lake Country?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Yeah, absolutely. We have a labor crisis in this country, and this legislation doesn't look at addressing that at all. It's one of the issues that I hear the most about from small business owners, where they're placing ads and there's literally no one applying. And it's not what you might assume might be some traditional industries that have had challenges in the past, where you might think hospitality, restaurants. This is across the board. These are construction companies, manufacturing, shipping companies. So we have to seriously look at this. We have to get people back to work that are able to work, and also put policies forth in order to deal with this labor crisis. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country for her intervention today. She spoke a lot about the cost of living, and like her, I'm deeply concerned about the impacts on Canadians with the cost of living. And one of the things that I wanted to just ask her about, in 2021, corporate pre-tax profits hit an all-time high of $445 billion. We are seeing gouging happening in all kinds of industries. The profits for the food industry, for example, has gone through the roof, so people can't afford their groceries, despite the fact that there are billions of dollars lining the pockets of our corporate sector. And we've seen the Conservatives time and time again vote for actions in this House that will benefit the corporate sector to the expense of regular Canadians. So I'm wondering whether the member would support an excess profit tax on a number of different industries to make sure that they are not gouging consumers.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. You know, we have, on this side of the House as the official opposition, continually spoken out against some of the large corporations that have received benefits. Like, for example, if we have to remember back when the government gave Loblaws millions of dollars to upgrade their fridges. Meanwhile, I was getting phone calls from constituents in my riding from, you know, small flower shop owners and convenience store operators saying, you know, can I access this money so that I can upgrade my fridges? You know, we've also seen during this time some of the largest grocery store chains, they were allowed to be open during the entire pandemic when other small businesses maybe in their mall or down the street were forced to close. They were classified as essential services, and yet they were still able to sell all of their goods, not just food and medications. And so, you know, we were standing against that, saying, why are you closing these small businesses? And these largest companies are allowed to stay open. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 11, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the notice. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
That's a good clip for who runs against you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The weight of a Canadian $1 coin, what we call the loonie, is 6.27 grams. This is a simple number. One child can even understand. I bring that to your attention because it seems to me that the members opposite have lost touch with reality while at the same time losing the ability to manage Canada's economy. So let us go back to basics, in the hope that the Liberals and their NDP friends can gain a glimmer of understanding. I'll try and use simple numbers, ones that even a Liberal can understand. Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update 2021, adds an additional $70 billion to government spending and brings our national debt to $1.2 trillion. Until this government, such a number was inconceivable, which means the members opposite can be forgiven for not understanding the number, even if Canadians cannot forgive them for their spendthrift ways. $1 trillion is $1 million. That is 1 with 12 zeros if you are writing it on a paper. It is tough to visualize $1 trillion. However, if you are able to take that debt and pay it off with loonie coins, the weight of cash would be 8,400,000,000 kilograms. Wow. That is still a difficult number to comprehend. But since the Liberals have no plan to even reduce the debt, let alone pay it, maybe it doesn't matter if you cannot visualize it. Let's look at it in a different way. Using imperial measures, this 1.2 trillion loonie debt would weigh 7,860,428 tons. Also an unfathomable number, but let's visualize this. The Liberal disaster weighs 150 times as much as the RMS Titanic. The unsinkable ship that went down off the coast of Newfoundland 110 years ago this month is one of the biggest maritime disasters in the current history, or of all time in specific. This government's fiscal management is a disaster, 150 times as bad. No wonder the Liberals hide behind the big numbers that they hope people don't understand. They have used the pandemic as an excuse to make changes to the economy, to bring in $176 billion in new spending completely unrelated to COVID-19. They are hoping Canadians won't notice, that they will be too distracted by events to notice that the Liberals are spending without any concerns about the future. Canadians are, on the whole, a financially responsible people. We know that we shouldn't spend more than we can or what we earn, that bills must be paid. We know that money for government programs comes from taxes paid by each Canadian. Canadians understand that we are already taxed at the breaking point. The taxpayers of this country cannot afford new taxes and tax increases. At least most Canadians understand that. Those who don't apparently become Liberal or NDP members of Parliament. Those two parties seem to determine to spend this country into bankruptcy. Madam Speaker, I was born in a country where the government has had declared bankruptcy. The suffering of ordinary citizens there is heartbreaking. I do not want to see this happening here in Canada. People in my riding of Edmonton Manning are concerned about rising prices. They feel they won't be able to make ends meet. They want to know when the Liberals will get serious about the economy. They aren't happy with the answer seem to be never. Inflation was 6.7% in March, the highest level in more than 30 years. The government response has been a collective shrug. It is an international problem, they say, as they add more inflationary taxes to Canadians' burden. As gasoline prices reach record highs, the Liberals' response is to raise the tax on fuel to make things more expensive for Canadians. Gasoline costs are up almost 40% in the last year, groceries by almost 10%, furniture prices about 8% just in March alone. Housing prices have doubled under this government. Young Canadians used to dream of graduating from university, getting a job, and buying their first home. These were milestones to adulthood, rites of passage. With this Liberal government, that dream has changed, and a nightmare of crippling student debt and living with their parents forever because they will never be able to afford a house of their own. My constituents are concluding that either the Liberals don't understand the problem or they don't care. Canadians deserve a government that will take real action to fight the cost of living crisis and outline a clear commitment to control inflation. You won't find that in Bill C-8. Under this government, the typical house cost risen from $435,000 to $810,000. With inflation, purchasing power is down, not up, and wages aren't keeping pace. Who can afford a house under this titanic disaster of a Liberal policy? Our economy has hit an iceberg and is sinking fast under the weight of 150 Titanics. We are told inflation will cost Canadians $2,000 each year. We already know that the Prime Minister doesn't shop for his own groceries, so he hasn't noticed the increases in prices on everything in the store. Bread, milk, and other dairy products, meat, vegetables, and all more expensive than they were this time last year. What this government is doing to address the concerns of Canadians, concerned about their ability to afford nutritious food? Absolutely nothing. Rising prices and inflation are happening everywhere, they say. That is just an excuse for inaction. If this government doesn't understand how the economy works, if they cannot figure out how to help average Canadians in their time of need, maybe they should do the honorable thing, step aside, and let someone else fix their problems. Someone will have Canadians' back instead of stabbing those backs with high prices. That, of course, isn't going to happen. The Liberals have no idea what $1 trillion is or how much 1.2 trillion loonies weighs. They don't seem to understand that there is a problem. The Prime Minister has asked Canadians to forgive him for not thinking about monetary policy. That is a disaster. How can we forgive him and his government for policies that make things worse for families, worse for the middle class? How can we forgive him for 1.2 trillion debt that our grandchildren will still be paying off? This government is a fiscal disaster of a titanic proportions. There is nothing in this bill that can hide that fact. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that we do know, and when you stick to the facts of reality, you'll find that the Canadian economy is doing relatively well when you compare it to other economies, whether it's the United States or Europe. Madam Speaker, in fact, when you take a look at the number of jobs that have been recovered since the pandemic, Canada has more than recovered those jobs that have, in fact, have been lost. In good part because it's working with Canadians, other levels of government, and having the backs of Canadians. That seems to be going in the opposite direction in which the Conservative Party would have approached the pandemic, believing in not supporting small businesses, not supporting Canadians that were finding difficult times. And I'm wondering if the member has any regret in supporting some of the programs that we initially brought in that they said they support, but today they seem to criticize.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, the answer is simple. This is a government that tried to use excuses every time they get back to the wall because they are doing a bad job, because they're mismanaging. What I'm hearing from that side is complete irresponsibility over how to deal with the economy or how to even understand the economy, talking about figures, rhetoric, how much we spend, trying to put Canadians against each other over the spending that they did on COVID. Now, more than ever, they need to be responsible. They need to understand what economy, what inflation can do to the loonie, what inflation can do to the currency that is not buying as much as it should. So they need to understand the economy before they talk about it and stop the rhetoric and get to work.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my Conservative colleague earlier say that if the Liberals don't understand the economy and if they don't know how to do the work, they should move out of the way and let someone responsible do the work. I heard my colleague say that, but unfortunately the Bloc doesn't plan to take control of the government. We're here to make proposals. I don't want to govern, but I think we're the only responsible solution. It won't work this time. But in terms of the announcement made earlier, with respect to gag order that will be announced later, I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. Does he find it worrisome in terms of these gag orders? Did the government not understand that what Quebecers and Canadians have given them as a mandate is to cooperate with the opposition parties and not act as if they had a majority government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
On the first part of the question, Canadian will answer to the mismanagement that is going to the NDP Liberal coalition or agreement just to continue doing what they're doing till 2025. And I believe the Bloc Québécois was part of that in 2008, trying to somehow topple the government and just to disallow us to continue doing what we're doing to make sure we build Canadian economy properly. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Edmonton Manning. I enjoyed his speech, especially the rich maritime analogies. I would continue that analogy by saying that many people feel this is a bill that needs to get to port. This is a ship that needs to get to port because there are things on it that people are waiting for, especially teachers who are waiting for their school supplies tax credit. Right now, CRA is sitting on their tax returns because certain parties in this place have drawn out the debate for much longer, have kept this ship at sea much longer than it needed to be. Five debates at second reading, 6 at report stage. What does the member say to those teachers in my riding?
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, the ship is loaded with debt and will never make it to the port. And as far as the teachers that the Honourable Member is asking about, he knows that education is a provincial jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We are going to statements by members. Déclaration des députés, the Honourable for Stevenson, Richmond East. C'est bien ça? Y est-tu là? Y est-tu en ligne? No? Baines? Okay, sorry. Well, I'll just go to... Est-ce que madame... The honourable member for... oh, juice. No. Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
On the 1st of May, people around the world mark the beginning of the summer season, and across Canada, we're all enjoying the greening of the earth and the end of a long winter. This is a good metaphor as Canada emerges from the pandemic. Many have hoped for better days ahead, but are fragile from the events of the last 2 years. For us as parliamentarians, each of us must now guide our country to a place of strength and recognize the concerns of a divided and weary nation. There are a lot of things working against us: social media algorithms, polarized politics, ideological purity tests, egos, and 2 years of separating ourselves from one another. But I'd like to think that if we as leaders each see each other as actual thinking and feeling human beings, as opposed to things to be vilified, hated, beaten, or silenced, then we can actually do right by our country. So to each of you, when you watch the grass green this spring, I ask you to look within, set aside petty hate of the past, and find it within yourself to do something that actually gives our country hope. So may it be.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Speaker.
Okay, he's here.
In 2 days, Muslims in Canada will break the fast of Ramadan and celebrate the feast of Eid al-Fitr. During Ramadan, I had the honor of attending iftars and learning more about the religion of Islam. I am now more appreciative of the compassion at the heart of Ramadan. Muslims fast to empathize with the sufferings of others. In response to their empathy, they practice acts of charity. By contrast, it is reprehensible that attacks are happening against Muslims. I have received many emails from constituents horrified of such acts taking place against their fellow Muslims and humanity. During the month of Ramadan in Jerusalem, more than 150 Palestinians were injured in the attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In India, far-right Hindu groups marched in Muslim neighborhoods, attacking property and threatening genocide. I shared the sadness of my Muslim friends and neighbors and invite you to reflect on how we can support our Muslim brothers and sisters in Canada and around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Stevenston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Sikh Heritage Month celebrations come to a close on this 125th year when Sikhs first set foot on Canada's west coast, a tragic part of the Sikh story in Canada is the Kamagaramaroo. But today I wish to tell you about another ship that sailed in 1914, the SS Akbar. Aboard the SS Akbar were Punjab soldiers, rallied to war to reinforce the Allied forces on the Western Front. These troops and fellow British subjects received a hero's welcome and were no different than the passengers of the Kamagaramaroo. On April 26, 1915, when the call came to reinforce the Canadians in their baptism of fire in Flanders, Punjab's brothers in arms did not turn their backs, despite the discrimination their community had faced in Vancouver. Madam Speaker, as we confront the realities of systemic racism, I believe all Canadians should come to know of this shared heritage of selfless sacrifice for this nation, which unfortunately has been erased from our history books on account of a people's color. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is Volunteer Week, and I want to thank all of the organizations and volunteers in Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra who shared their time and expertise with the community. There are volunteers in organizations like Seroptimus Tri-Cities who empower women and girls with programs like Bee's Closet, a place where women fleeing violence or aging out of care can come and choose household items for free. Immigrant Link Society Center, who rescue and redistribute perishable food from grocery stores to families in need. and Milal Wheat Mission Society that improves the quality of life for people with disabilities through numerous programs in the community. For every single volunteer, I want to express my gratitude and say, I thank you, I see you, and I'll see you in Coquitlam, Port Moody, Anmore, and Belcarra.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La semaine dernière.
Thank you. Last week, the closing ceremonies of the 2022 Invictus Games took place in The Hague, Netherlands. I would like to congratulate Team Canada and all the athletes from around the world who participated. The team representing Canada, including 28 competitors, either serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces or veterans, all of whom suffered a physical or mental illness or injury while serving Canada. During the events, Harry, Duke of Sussex, announced that the 2025 Invictus Games will be held in Vancouver and Whistler, British Columbia. These games will be the first hybrid winter Invictus Games and will include adapted winter sports. The 2025 Invictus Games will work closely with its Indigenous partners to honor the sacrifices of Indigenous veterans. I look forward, Madam Speaker, to being there in person. Thank you.
Okay. I do want to just remind members that maybe if they're reading from their paper, they should keep their paper down because it's covering the camera, and we would prefer to see the individual member than the piece of paper. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Andrew Graham, who passed away last week after a remarkable and varied life of purpose. Andy served as warden of the Kingston Penitentiary, Senior Deputy Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada, and Assistant Deputy Minister of Agriculture Canada. Following his 30-plus public service year career in the public service, he embarked on a 2-decade academic career with the School of Policy Studies at Queen's University. Countless students, myself included, benefited from Andy's enthusiastic and kind-hearted teaching style. And students for years to come will benefit from Professor Graham's use and development of case studies in the teaching of public administration across Canada. To Andy's wife, Catherine, and all of his friends and loved ones, we offer our deepest condolences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well said. Well said.
The honourable member for Milton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Canadians have a lot to be grateful for in our country, but sadly, food insecurity continues to be a reality for too many of our neighbours. Today, I'd like to highlight some of the incredible work being done in my riding of Milton and across Halton Region to find solutions. Recently, I visited Country Heritage Park to announce $100,000 in funding from our government's local food infrastructure fund for an integrated and automated aquaponic system, as well as a walk-in freezer and food prep tables to help process and store the food that they grow. At the Conestoga Room, I got a chance to thank Chef Milani Bastions, who founded No One Goes Hungry, providing thousands of free hot meals to residents prepared on-site at Country Heritage Park. Food for Life is a food rescue organization who, also through the LFIF, purchased a refrigerated truck to support their distribution programs and their new free fresh food market. Yesterday, Food for Life hosted an event with the Milton Public Library to announce the Penguin Food Locker Initiative to give transitional and at-risk youth access to fresh food in a discreet, accessible, and secure manner. Tackling food insecurity is a team sport, Madam Speaker, and I thank everyone throughout the region of Halton who's pitching in.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister was still reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister was still reading her budget speech when my office received 2 calls thanking the government and every member of this House. The first was from the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, and the second from a senior member of the U.S. Congressional Great Lakes Task Force. That's because Budget 2022 made millions of dollars worth of smart investments into the long-term sustainability of the Great Lakes, with a promise of real and substantial action to protect this critical binational treasure in the years ahead. Money towards a Canada Water Agency, the beginnings of a freshwater action plan, and resources for sea lamprey control in the Great Lakes will make a difference both in Canada as well as on the U.S. sides of this great treasure. Madam Speaker, this includes the riding of Niagara Centre, but also many other ridings throughout this great country. While it's true that there is always more to do, stakeholders are applauding the budget and thanking the government for a strong Great Lakes commitment. And I also want to add my personal appreciation to this.
The honourable member has used up, even gave him a little bit more time there. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fact, when heart attacks happen at home, police are often the first responders. Fact, equipping police cars with defibrillators saves one life per 1.7 defibrillators over the 10-year life of the unit. Fact, the RCMP has 5,600 cruisers, coast to coast. Fact, equipping each one with a defibrillator would cost only $10 million. Conclusion, we could save 3,000 lives over the next decade at a cost of only $300 per life saved by installing defibrillators in RCMP cruisers. But it's also a fact that the Liberal government has done nothing since I first raised this issue 6 years ago. 6 years of inaction has caused nearly 2,000 completely preventable deaths. During that time, the government has spent literally hundreds of billions of dollars on thousands of new priorities. Why is it, within this tsunami of spending, that they can't find the pocket change necessary to save 300 Canadian lives per year, every year?
L'honorable député de Hull-Aylmer.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. 2022,
2022 is proving to be a tough year for Hull-Aylmer. I want to tell you about Claude Leblanc, who passed away suddenly on March 20th at the age of 67. For almost 40 years, Claude was the owner and operator of Garage Grande Rivière. Honest, hardworking, always giving. A guy who loved a good joke. He was one of the most generous men around. He was always there to help those less fortunate in our community. Not only did Claude offer good mechanical advice, he charged almost nothing, if anything, to people in need. I've known him for over 20 years. Unfortunately, I only had a chance to go for a drink with him twice. I thought we would always have time to get to know each other better. I offer my deepest condolences to his brothers, Pierre and Gilles, his sisters, Lynn and Sylvie, his nieces and nephews, as well as his young business partner and great friend, Justin Fortin. Rest in peace, Claude.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are hearing from so many people in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove that are frustrated with the dysfunctionality of the passport office. We hear of people lining up at 6 o'clock in the morning, even camping overnight in the hope of being first in line, and yet even some of those people are being turned away. The lineup of despair is what we hear some people calling it. We heard from one person who actually got close enough to the front door to see that there are 20 workstations available for members of the public to meet with passport office staff, yet only 4 were being used. Where is everyone? Madam Speaker, with the lifting of travel restrictions around the world, this government could have anticipated, should have anticipated that there would be huge demand for passport services. Yet once again, a lack of planning on the part of this government is resulting in a crisis in the lives of so many Canadian citizens. Madam Speaker, we're a G7 country, we're an advanced society. Surely we can do better than this.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Bow River.
It's springtime, and today I'm talking about high rollers, not the ones that go to Vegas. I'm talking about the hard-working farmers that risk it all by buying seed, equipment, and tools they need to put food on Canadian tables. They hope there's enough moisture in the earth and rain coming down from the heavens to germinate those seeds. And the sun shines bright, and the wind and grasshoppers and hail do not destroy their precious crop. As the season goes from spring to summer to fall, they pray for a harvest moon. All this while maintaining their heavy machinery created from humanity's unparalleled innovation. You see, Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers don't get a break. They can't go on vacation. When their work is never finished, they can't just turn off the screen and be done. Our farmers sell to markets that ebb and flow, but there is a constant, hungry mouths to feed. Canadian farmers do a damn good job of it, and only do it over again next year. Yes to Canadian farmers.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmont.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Lauren Small Pennyfather, une résidente de mon comté, se porte volontaire.
a resident of my riding, has been volunteering with the Terry Fox Foundation for 10 years. She's never missed the race for the last 24 years. She lost both her parents to cancer.
50th birthday, Lauren launched her 50 for Fox Canadian tour in support of the foundation, running 10 kilometers in every province across Canada once per month with a goal of raising $50,000 for the foundation. Lauren has already completed Quebec and Nova Scotia and will be running on the Rideau Canal in Ottawa on May the 15th. Lauren finira sa tournée nationale.
Lauren will finish her national tour with a marathon in Vancouver. She'll have the opportunity to run with Terry's brother, Daryl Fox. This special fundraiser is her way of shining a light on the important work of the Terry Fox Foundation and honoring all those who have lived or are living with cancer. Well done, Lauren. Good luck. We're here with you.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Le 24 avril 1915, un télégramme.
On April 24th, 1915, a telegram from the Minister of the Interior of the Ottoman Empire began operations that would lead to the massacre of 1.5 million Armenians, the first genocide of the 20th century, a tragedy that would unfortunately be followed by the Holodomor, the Shoah, and Rwanda. We have the duty, the responsibility to never forget. Today, the situation is tense for Armenians following the deadly conflict in Artsakh. Elsewhere in the world, other peoples are targeted for what they are. We've seen this with the Yazidis, the Rohingyas, the Uyghurs, and others. The specter of ultranationalism still looms. Today, war is hitting Europe, and Ukrainians are again the victims of unspeakable crimes. In this month of commemoration of genocide, let's work tirelessly for peace, mutual respect, and human rights, because every human being, every people, has the fundamental right to live in security and to live with dignity.
Député de Drummond.
Madame la Présidente, la grande dame du country, Julie Darèche.
The great lady of country music, Julie Darèche, passed away suddenly this week, leaving millions of Quebecers and Acadians in mourning. On her own, with the Darèche family, or in a duet with her brother Paul, this extraordinary artist made country music fans dance and sing for more than 50 years. Her songs will continue to resonate for years to come. One only has to remember songs like Pardonner et oublier, Forgive and Forget, Un verre sur la table, or A glass on the table, to understand how much Julie Darèche left her mark on country music in Quebec. A proud Gaspésian born in Saint-François de Pabout, she traveled the roads of Quebec for decades to meet her fans who adored her, and she loved them back. To the members of her very famous family, her children, and relatives, to all her fans, I offer my most sincere condolences. Thank you, Julie Darèche. Chin chin. Cheers.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, we continue to hear about Canadians in line for days at Service Canada outlets for simple issues like passport renewals. As a former consul, I know firsthand just how essential it is for people to have these documents available to them in a timely fashion. I've seen the desperation of those wanting to say goodbye to a loved one. Canadians have already spent 2 years missing important life events such as births, anniversaries, weddings, and sadly, in far too many cases, funerals. It is unacceptable that this government, as a result of their continued lack of foresight, is still interfering in Canadians' ability to get on with their lives. We need a clear timeline as to when these delays and backlogs will be resolved. And we need it as soon as possible so that Canadians can return to the lives and the living that they deserve.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to offer my sincerest congratulations to Wakaba Chief Annie Bernard Daisley on being recognized with a place on the Riva Spatz Women's Wall of Fame. Madam Speaker, Chief Annie has been the chief since 2020. She was elected by her community as chief after serving as a councillor for 3 consecutive terms. Prior to her term as chief, she served as the first woman from Wakaba to lead the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association. Chief Annie has been an outspoken issue on murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, stating that she's been driven by the need to generate goodness from the tragic events in her own life. Madam Speaker, the Wall of Honor is located at Mount St. Vincent University. It exists to honor extraordinary women from all walks of life who make a difference across family, community, and profession. I can think of no one more deserving than Chief Annie Daisley to be recognized with such an honor. Madam Speaker, on behalf of my constituents and colleagues here today, and myself, congratulations to Chief Annie.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Close.
House Leader, sorry.
That's okay. Well, what a week, Madam Speaker. A week that has seen a further decline in Canadian democracy. Yesterday, with the support from their NDP partners, the Liberals introduced Motion 11, which gives the NDP Liberal coalition complete control over Parliament until June 23rd. With the NDP's help, the Prime Minister now has exactly what he's always been looking for, an audience, not an opposition. That's right. Do these Liberals not understand that these type of tactics contribute to declining public confidence in our institutions and contribute to a further decline in our democracy, or do they simply not care?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, despite what the member wants Canadians to believe, the reality is quite simple. What Motion 11 does is it enables members of Parliament to have debates beyond 6:30. That means instead of adjourning at 6:30, we get to sit to midnight. There are millions of Canadians that work night shifts, Madam Speaker. I'm sure members of the Conservative Party should be able to show up and put a little bit of effort and work in after 6 o'clock.
The official opposition House Leader.
Well, this is what Motion 11 does, Madam Speaker. The NDP Liberal coalition is scrapping the constitutional requirement of quorum in the House of Commons. That means that the NDP and Liberal members don't even have to show up to work. They can sit at home in their PJs and their fuzzy slippers watching reruns of This Is Us or socialist documentaries. It also gives the power to the Prime Minister to shut down Parliament at any point one of his many scandals gets too hot, say like the RCMP investigation. So I ask again, do the Liberal NDPs not understand that they're contributing to the decline of democracy in Canada, or do they simply not care?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the waiving of quorum happens on many different occasions, whether it's emergency debates, take note debates, and the member opposite knows that. The reality is that this Motion 11 enables members of Parliament to have additional debate time. Madam Speaker, that is a good thing. That's what the Conservatives were asking for at one time. Whether they want to work or not, Madam Speaker, I can assure you that Liberals and New Democrats are committed to being able to have those additional hours so that members can have additional debate time.
There's talking over while the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary was having the floor. It's hard for people at home to hear what's going on, and I'm sure people who are individuals who are in the seats here watching. So, I can't even hear myself talk at this point. So I just think that individuals, parliamentarians, should be setting an example for people who are at home watching. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we have never seen such an arrogant government. We should recall that this party was elected with fewer votes than the official opposition, but then they bought a majority by making a dishonorable alliance with the remaining crumbs of the NDP. And now yesterday, this government tabled a motion to give itself excessive powers to control Parliament. What are they hiding with all this arrogance?
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't understand why it is the Conservatives are afraid of extra debate time. Do they not realize that Canadians from coast to coast to coast often work beyond 6:30 p.m.? What this legislation does, what Motion 11 does in reality, is it allows for additional debate time. That is something that's not new, Madam Speaker. Provincial and national governments have used that for many, many years. We are doing the same thing, allowing for additional debate. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Well, that's all very well, Madam Speaker, but the problem is that this honourable parliamentary secretary is forgetting a very small detail. There won't be quorum in the House with this motion, so we, the Conservatives, will be doing our job, but the Liberals will be relaxing at home, having fun with their friends or watching movies. They won't be here doing their work. Once again, why adopt this arrogant motion, which means that parliamentary democracy is disappearing in this country?
Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, that might be what the Conservative members might be doing, watching Netflix and so forth. I can assure Canadians that we take, whether it's the virtual Parliament or sitting in the House, very seriously. We are engaged. We want to encourage additional debate. That's why we bring forward a motion that will allow members of Parliament to work till midnight in the closing of a session, because there's a substantial legislative agenda. Let's get to work for Canadians, Madam Speaker. That's what it's all about.
Let's get to work. Ben oui, allons travailler, monsieur.
Yes, let's get to work, Madam Speaker. But again, another little detail that my colleague is forgetting is that this government is giving itself the authority to prorogue the House whenever it wants to, and that brings back some bad memories. 2 years ago, for example, in the middle of the We Charity scandal, when the Prime Minister was backed into a corner by everything we were hearing, well, he decided to prorogue the House. Why once again adopt a motion that means that committee work may be affected by this arrogant Liberal motion?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, talk about gross exaggeration. There is a clause that's in there that says, Madam Speaker, that we will come back in September, that we could potentially bring in at the end of June. But what the member doesn't tell you is that it's a voted upon motion. We are a minority government. The only way in which a motion of that nature can pass is if a majority of the members in the House support it, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe in working in cooperation even with members of the opposition party, which includes the member that just put the question.
It's evident that we all love question period and that it's Friday. I would just ask members to, hold back on their thoughts while someone else has the floor. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, this House stipulated that a committee should study the firing of the Winnipeg scientists, but instead of providing the documents to the committee, the Liberals are creating an alliance with the NDP to create their own committee, which will have its own rules and doesn't care about the other parties. Ever since the Liberals and NDP signed their pact, the NDP isn't a real opposition party. It's contractually linked to the government, so there's no real opposition party that has been consulted. Where is democracy in all this, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, what is clear is we have established a mechanism that is not truly unique, because the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, used the same mechanism that ensured that there's a sense of national security, which should be a concern of all members of this House. Now, the Government House Leader has indicated both to the Conservatives and to the Bloc that we would like to see them participate in this mechanism that ensures that there's a high sense of accountability and that the national interests are served. The same mechanism that Stephen Harper used, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, if committees have been created, if committees were created out of parties that agreed on every detail, then what would be the point? It's only when you disagree originally that you can come to an agreement on policy in a meaningful way. So with their contract, these two parties have essentially merged, and so they no longer have the legitimacy to decide alone on the rules of our democratic bodies. The Liberals need to sit down with the real opposition parties and put an end to this. When will we have some democracy?
Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the only merger I see is the double blue. You know, the Conservatives and the Bloc, Madam Speaker, on this particular issue, like other issues, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this mechanism that has been put into place will ensure the interests of national security while at the same time ensure a high sense of accountability for those documents. I would hope that the Conservatives and the Bloc will recognize the true value, as Stephen Harper did, in recognizing the importance of this particular mechanism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, as we watch another convoy roll into Ottawa, the City of Windsor is still recovering from the blockades 2 months ago. We learned this week that this government will reimburse the City of Ottawa for the policing costs of the mismanaged convoy crisis. Meanwhile, Windsor has heard nothing about the $6 million the city had to spend to clear the Ambassador Bridge blockade. All week we've heard the Liberals take credit for the work done in Windsor, but it's my residents who still pay the price. We did all the right things, and we took it on the chin for this country. Why are the Liberals making it so hard for the City of Windsor residents having to pay for the blockade?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And sorry, Madam Speaker. We're committed to protecting the safety and well-being of Canadians. I actually just spoke with the Minister this week about that very issue. I know he is alert to the problem, and I invite the Honourable Member to have a conversation. I'd be happy to chat with him as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are finally able to travel and to see loved ones again. But there are huge delays. The passport system is broken. Canadians are waiting hours in line at passport offices, making multiple visits only to be turned away. This week, so many constituents have reached out to my office desperate for help. The passport system is failing them. This is causing immense amounts of stress and anxiety. My question is simple. Does the minister think that these delays are acceptable, and when will they be fixed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Madam Speaker, we know that Canadians are eager to travel again, and there's been a significant and overwhelming increase of demand for passports at all Service Canada centres across the country wanting in-person service. I've spoken to the Minister about this, and she is well aware that it's very stressful and difficult for Canadians. She's been visiting Service Canada centres throughout the country, speaking to local staff. And in addition, already in December, we hired 500 more passport officers to process applications. We're using every tool that we have in our toolbox at this time to improve service to Canadians for what they deserve.
Our member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the average price of a home in Canada is $874,000 and quickly rising. For millennials looking to buy a home, the thought of even buying a home is like getting that pet unicorn that they dreamt of when they were a child. So, Speaker, will the government stop adopting policies that drive up inflation, find a common sense solution, and help millennials and young families hoping to buy a home?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. On est d'accord avec le membre que...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree that many Canadians are finding it almost impossible to buy a house. And that's why the budget we tabled has major investments, $200 million for rent-to-buy opportunities, because we do need to give Canadians the chance to buy a property. And there is also a tax-free account that will help Canadians to do that. On this side of the House, we take this matter seriously, and we are working on various programs to help Canadians.
Middlesex.
Well, Speaker, how can the member opposite say that? This government isn't being helpful. In fact, Ipsos says that 63% of Canadians hoping to own have given up on that hope. One couple even told me that every single broker that they've spoken to has told them that the first-time homebuyers program is a scam and they shouldn't participate in it. So, Madam Speaker, instead of offering common sense solutions, this government is more concerned about prosecuting crimes on the moon. So, Speaker, will the minister admit his failure, go back to the drawing board, and come up with a real plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We are determined to create clear rules of the game. We need to ensure that we work on the rights of renters and buyers. We need to make sure that the rules of the game are fair for everyone. We want everyone to be able to access a property if they want to.
The Liberal NDP government is pricing Canadians out of their own lives. Instead of coming up with solutions, they like to refer to other countries' inflation levels. Well, I have some numbers for them. France is at 4.4%, Japan is at 1.2%. But, Madam Speaker, comparison doesn't help a millennial afford a home or give hope to Canadians who are one paycheck away from bankruptcy. It's Liberal spending that is leaving a debt load for future generations. So when will this government take responsibility for the position they have put Canadians in and cut their spending?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Global inflation is having a significant impact on household budgets. While Canada's rate of inflation is below that of the US, Europe, the G7, the OECD, we are continuing to focus on making life more affordable. We are indexing important programs like the Canada Child Benefit, OAS and GAS to the cost of living. We are implementing an economic growth plan that creates jobs, grows the economy, and doubles the amount of residential construction so that those millennials can afford their next home or their first home. We do this while unwinding Canada's pandemic deficits, reducing our debt to GDP ratio, because that is the fiscal responsible thing to do.
The Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the cost of living is continuing to affect Canadians. In a rural riding like mine, we don't have access to transit, so people have to go to work in their cars. With the increase in gas prices, Canadians are struggling. The Conservative Party presented a motion to suspend an increase in the carbon tax. But our greedy Prime Minister can only see dollar signs instead of seeing the difficulties facing ordinary workers. Why doesn't this government want to give Canadians a break so they can catch up after 2 pandemic years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The increase in energy prices is, of course, due to the Ukraine war. But we will be there as a federal government to help Canadians to face the increase in the cost of living, whether by supporting dental care, whether it be by programs to help people access housing, whether it be by being there to reduce the price of childcare, Madam Speaker. We are here to help Canadians. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interest in the question.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before the Liberals even presented their NDP budget, they were proudly bragging about how inflated tax revenues from tax increases and inflation would let them spend even more than before. They proudly announced the billions added to the national debt. Yet for all that spending, they can't explain to my constituents why food and house prices will only continue to rise. They point the fingers away from themselves. Is the government ever going to connect the dots and see that their continued high spending means higher costs of basic necessities for hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party herself has already admitted that the extraordinary investments that were made over the course of the pandemic were necessary to protect Canadian families and Canadian workers. Our plan has worked. In fact, we have maintained the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7 while growing the economy and recovering 115% of jobs lost due to the COVID-19. Canada was able to do this because of our prudent fiscal management. It is now time to unwind the pandemic deficits and continue to grow our economy while reducing our debt to GDP ratio. This is what good fiscal managers do, and it's going to allow us to make Canada and life for...
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Aggressive rate hikes are coming, and that's because this government continues to spend recklessly. Here's what that means for an average Canadian. If you're lucky enough to buy a house for the $800,000 that it costs, with a 2% mortgage, you're paying about $3,400 a month for those mortgage payments. The potential of a 3% rate hike means $3,400 turns into $5,200. Why is this government drowning Canadian homeowners in the debt of tomorrow to pay for the pet projects of today?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we just recently had an election where the Conservatives actually committed to spend more than what we proposed. They pretend to be good fiscal managers, but this is impossible if you're not committed to evidence-based decision-making. Our government will lower our debt-to-GDP ratio every single year for the next 5 years. Unlike the Conservatives, we will do this while fighting climate change, investing in housing affordability, and building a Canadian economy of the future alongside our Indigenous partners while fighting climate change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Madam Speaker, this is a difficult time for local and regional newspapers. Apart from the challenges of the digital transition, they are also facing changing habits with the disappearance of Publisac, the ad flyer bags. That was where these newspapers were often distributed, but now Canada Post is charging exorbitant fees for delivery. So Canada Post should now distribute our regional newspapers at a preferential rate. I spoke to the minister about it, and he was very favorable, and he made an announcement before the media. Where is that negotiation now? This is urgent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Bill C-18 is good news for small media. Thanks to collective bargaining, small media will be able to make agreements. And we wrote into the law that tech giants will have to make those agreements with a diversity of media, not just the big ones. Local media are essential to so many communities, and we will support them through Budget 2022, which I hope the Bloc will support. $50 million was added in the last budget to support small media. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the answer that the Parliamentary Secretary just gave me, but it's a good answer to a question I didn't ask. There's no relation between the two. Madam Speaker, for 20 years, local and regional journalism has been eroding before our very eyes. This is not a recent thing. I'm not talking about the digital transition. I'm talking about the distribution of local weeklies. With the gradual disappearance of the Publisac, every dollar that a weekly spends on Canada Post chargers is a dollar they're not spending on the newsrooms. All the delivery fees, all of their efforts to distribute their newspapers, all of that is effort that's not going to be invested in essential journalism. This is very concerning, Madam Speaker. When will the Minister announce an agreement for preferential charges with Canada Post so that Canada Post can distribute our weeklies?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We entirely agree that we need to support local media. And we are doing that through a specific fund. In addition, with regard to Canada Post, Canada Post is a Crown corporation that does not have a direct link with the government. Canada Post will make decisions on delivery as well as on rates. But we will work closely with Canada Post and do what we can to support local media.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Misuse of taxpayers' money, sexual harassment, special treatment for wealthy tax dodgers. No, this is not a Liberal cabinet meeting, but rather misdeeds at the CRA exposed by whistleblowers. Now, whistleblowers who have been publicly exposed by the very person in government who was meant to protect them. So will the President of the Treasury Board do the right thing and commit to ensuring every single one of these whistleblowers is protected from retribution by this government for exposing this scandal? Great question.
Le secrétaire parlementaire du Premier ministre et de la présidente du Conseil du Trésor.
Madam Speaker, our government believes that those who disclose serious wrongdoing should be protected. The Office of the Public Security and Integrity Commissioner of Canada is an independent agent of Canada. It is mandated to allow anyone to disclose wrongdoing in the federal public service. I've been advised that that information has been removed by the federal court and a new certified tribunal record is being produced. Later this year, our government will be launching a review to strengthen the protection of whistleblowers. Clearly, this incident raises serious questions which we will discuss in that review.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
PBO has exposed $15 billion in unexplained defense spending in the budget. Now, in a briefing with the PBO, we were told that they asked Finance, but Finance said they didn't know and go ask D&D. They asked D&D, but D&D said, we don't know, ask Finance. They went back to Finance, and Finance said, well, we don't know the details, maybe it's just a forecast. So maybe someone on that side of the House could tell us, or perhaps Finance, or perhaps D&D,
what that $15 billion is for.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are increasing our defence spending by over 70% under the defence policy Strong, Secure and Engaged. And Budget 2022 contains an additional $8 billion in new defence spending. The department plan only contains current capital spending that has been fully approved by the Treasury Board, Madam Speaker, and Parliament, whereas the budget contains forward-looking forecasts. In other words, these are two different ways of presenting our forecasted spending. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Contrary to the song that this Liberal government has been singing about inflation being transitory, tied to short-term supply chain disruptions, Bank of Canada Governor Macklem is now acknowledging that inflation is going to be with us longer than anticipated and 6% higher than anticipated. This inflation costs the average Canadian worker $2,000 a year, the average family $4,000 a year. How does this government think that the average hardworking middle-class family can adjust and manage that kind of a shock to the family budget?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, before the pandemic, it took only two Conservative governments to accrue more than 70% of Canada's pre-pandemic debt. That's because their fiscal ideology is to cut taxes for the wealthy and to cut services for everyone else. In stark contrast, our last Liberal government paid down our national debt significantly. We've demonstrated that you can be good fiscal managers while investing in Canadians, growing the economy, and continuing to fight poverty and climate change. Budget 2022 lowers our debt to GDP ratio and will help build a Canada where no one is left behind.
For Dauphin Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, as inflation and interest rates continue to rise, Canadians are feeling the financial pain. But the NDP Liberal government doesn't seem to care. They have no problem with their $53 billion deficit in this year's budget. Experts are sounding the alarm, Madam Speaker. A new report by RBC Economics reveals that low-income Canadians will feel the sharpest financial sting from climbing inflation and interest rate hikes. So will this government finally admit that their reckless spending is hurting Canadians?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 is entitled A Plan to Grow Our Economy and Make Life More Affordable. This budget lowers our debt to GDP ratio and seeks solutions for the labour shortage because our jobs-based recovery strategy has successfully lowered Canada's unemployment rate to all-time historic lows. The budget addresses some of Canada's greatest challenges, including childcare, affordability, climate change, economic growth, and Indigenous reconciliation. It is a plan that invests in people and that will help build an economy where no one gets left behind.
Member for Churchill, Kiwanis-Nookasky.
Madam Speaker, Kamloops 215, Brandon 104, Cowessess 751, Cross Lake 54. This is just a few of the children discovered in mass graves in residential schools across the country in the last year. So many children still families, oftentimes by the RCMP. And now this government wants the very same RCMP to assist in investigations, having given them millions in the budget. Why didn't the government just give the money directly to communities who are looking to bring their children home?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yeah, thanks for the member for her very important question. Clearly, what we've heard from communities who pursuant to the calls to action 72 through 76 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, have to have the leadership. It is in the place of the Government of Canada to step into communities and provide all the answers, but certainly we have to stand by and provide the financing and support of those communities that are still reeling, search for answers and search for their lost loved ones. The financing for the RCMP is to complete that element of accountability. It's work in ensuring that that institution is accountable to those survivors, and that work will continue. Thank you.
Remember Skeena-Bulkley Valley?
Madam Speaker, drive 100 kilometers in an electric vehicle and it'll cost you about $2. That kind of mileage would go a long ways in helping families who are struggling today with high gas prices. Now, the upfront cost of new electric vehicles puts them out of reach for many lower income families. The Liberals, in their election platform, promised an incentive for used zero emission vehicles. BC and Quebec already have programs in place, and yet in this recent federal budget, we saw nothing. Can the minister please explain why?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister of the
Environment and Climate Change.
Colleague for his question. In fact, we have expanded in the last budget the purchase incentive for electric vehicles. We have doubled the amount of charging stations we will be installing across Canada to 50,000, Madam Speaker, and we're investing with companies to transform Canada auto sector from gasoline to electric vehicles. We will be coming up with more measures to help people adopt electric vehicles in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we approach the warmer spring and summer weather, small businesses and constituents in my riding of Hamilton East, Stony Creek are looking forward to increased tourism opportunities. Can the Minister for Economic Development for Southern Ontario inform the House of what our government is doing to support local tourism across the region?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, for their ongoing advocacy for small businesses and tourism in their riding. Our government has made targeted investments to support the tourism industry and the local communities that rely on tourism. Just recently, the minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario announced $68.5 million in funding to be delivered by Indigenous Tourism Ontario and 11 regional tourism organizations to support up to 40 Indigenous projects and up to 1,300 tourism entities. Speaker, that will create or maintain up to 4,100 jobs across Southern Ontario. Our government will continue to be there for small business and tourism agencies.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, if the NDP Liberals won't follow the province's lead and give unvaccinated Canadians their rights back, maybe they will follow our international partners. We know that the Prime Minister values his Playboy image on the world stage more than anything else, as his travels and selfies prove. But our international partners are bewildered as to why the Canadian government is so reluctant to let life return to normal for all Canadians. Switzerland and Greece are removing all travel-related restrictions next week, and virtually no other country requires it for domestic travel for their citizens. So why won't this government follow the science?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for giving me the opportunity to highlight a recent study indicating that, unfortunately, the unvaccinated continue to disproportionately risk the safety of those vaccinated against COVID-19, and highlight the fact that in the last week, almost 12,000 Canadians have received their first dose, 30,000 Canadians have received their second, 89,000 have received their third, and over 220,000 have received their fourth dose, Madam Speaker. This pandemic is not over. We all want it to be, but we must continue to follow the science. We must continue to support our neighbours. We must continue to fight for kids to ensure that young people under 6 do not get COVID-19, as they have been the biggest numbers in the last couple of days. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary talks about supporting our neighbours. Under this government, we still have neighbours, members of our community who aren't able to travel, who aren't able to provide for themselves and their families because of unscientific mandates that this government continues to perpetuate. It's the end of April, and this Prime Minister still refuses to follow the science. International allies, most of the provinces, they've done the right thing, but this government continues to lag behind. Enough is enough. So will the Prime Minister finally take the politics out of it, follow the science, and end the mandates?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On this side of the House, we are very concerned by the safety of Canadians. On this side of the House, we are using the advice of Canadian experts. Canadian policy has not changed, and we are going to base our decisions on the public health advice in Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Provinces have now ended mandates for vaccination requirements for public spaces, and businesses are following suit. People need to work to support their families. When will the federal government catch up with the rest of the country and the world and end vaccine requirements for their workers?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like my honourable colleague, I want this pandemic to be over too. But unfortunately, nationally, last week, 383 new deaths were recorded. That's unfortunate. And over the last 30 days, the number of kids under 5 who have gotten their is the third highest hospitalization rate of any age group. The highest rates were among those 68 and older. However, rates in the under 5 age group are more than 5-fold higher than those in above 5 and above 4. So we must continue to support our neighbours. We must continue to encourage vaccination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my home province of Manitoba, provincial public servants can actually come to work without having to be vaccinated. In Ottawa, if a public servant isn't vaccinated, they get the pink slip. Why should federal public servants be held to a different standard than provincial ones? It's time to be reasonable. Will the minister show just a little compassion, act like a reasonable person, and finally lift mandates on federal public servants?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, having a fully vaccinated workforce makes our work sites and communities safer. And when we asked the employees of the federal public service to stand up and to do their part, 99% said yes. And Madam Speaker, we are committed to review this policy every 6 months. Right now, we are in the middle of a review. We will make our decision based on science and on facts, and I look forward to keeping this House updated on that fact.
The Honourable Member for Shepford. Madam Speaker, there is a fraud epidemic at Service Canada, and the federal government is completely abandoning its victims. In my riding alone, 175 people have contacted me because Ottawa is depriving them of their benefits because they were victims of fraud. Madam Speaker, it is the fraudsters who must be punished, not the victims of fraud. As we speak, thousands of people across Quebec have lost their jobs and are being deprived of employment insurance. When will the government pay the victims of fraud their money instead of penalizing them?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
Recognize the concern and the hardship of identity theft and attempted EI fraud that has happened to many Canadian families, particularly in Quebec. The department has seen an increase in the attempt and fraudulent activity, and we know it has impacted the benefits and payments of many individuals. In response to the situation, the minister has expressed her concern to officials, and they've asked officials to explore every effort possible to assist Canadians in combating fraudulent activity in their accounts to make sure that their benefits are secured and received in a timely manner. This includes adding approximately 150 investigators who are dedicated to resolving these issues in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding, roughly 70 people also have contacted me because they've paid into EI all their lives, but they're not receiving a cent. Why? Because they're victims of fraud. We're talking about thousands of people in this situation in Quebec, and the cost of living is skyrocketing, but Service Canada is depriving honest people of income. Since November, we must investigate and not hold victims hostage. When will the government pay the workers the benefit that they have paid into their entire lives? It's a question of equity and mental health, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned previously, we are doing everything we can to make sure that the EI services and supports that Canadians have paid into are received to them in a timely manner. We recognize the concern and the hardship that they are experiencing through fraud, and we're working diligently with officials to make sure that they receive their benefits in an integrated action plan. We've increased our EI call center and Service Canada Centre officers to be trained to address these and to be a first point of contact to those who are experiencing these hardships. We will continue to work diligently with our officials to make sure that they receive the benefits they deserve. Thank you.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
As of February, IRCC's backlog of caregiver roles above 16,000. My office hears from people every day desperate to have their caregiver's case finally get processed. While caregiver cases remain stuck, families are forced to stay at home, not able to work or contribute to the economy. This is causing mental health issues for both Canadians needing caregivers and those that want to come to Canada under the caregiver program. It's time to stop stranding people in this Liberal-made backlog. When will the minister clear this Liberal-made backlog in the caregiver program?
Minister for Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, if the last few years have taught us anything, it's the importance of those who provide care to members of our community to allow them to stay in their own homes and to receive the care they need in their communities. Last year, we've made final decisions on approximately 6,000 cases with nearly 2,800 caregivers who've arrived, more than 4,000 if you include their families. Across 6 programs, we expect to see another 6,000 or so landed in Canada this year. We'll continue to work to bring caregivers to Canada to make sure they can provide support to families that live in our communities.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Backlogs are a common theme under this Liberal government, whether it's for veterans, seniors, immigration, and now passports. Despite knowing that Canadians want to travel and need to get their passports renewed, this government has failed to prepare. Now, people are having to wait in long lineups at 4 a.m. and have no way of knowing when they will finally get their passport. When will the minister do her job and clear up the passport backlog? They knew it was coming.
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems that I'm answering a lot of questions today. Just to answer my colleague on his questions,
let's allow the Honourable Member to Parliamentary Secretary to respond so that the Honourable Member can have the answer to his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, there's an overwhelming increase in demand for passport services at this time, nearly 40%. And the minister has been working with officials. As I mentioned before, we've already hired, as of December, 500 new passport employees, but we've done more than that, Madam Speaker. We created 3 additional passport application processing centres. We've extended service into weekends and overtime. Our Service Canada officials are working day and night to make sure that Canadians get the passports and services they need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the seeding season has arrived and a large number of temporary foreign workers are expected. Unfortunately, many companies are waiting for workers who are not arriving. Yet, procedures began at the end of 2021 for the arrival of these workers. It is the Minister of Immigration not able to show any foresight, especially since this program has existed for several years. Once again, this government is in reaction mode, and our farmers will pay the price. What does this minister say to many farmers who are having to delay seeding or even reduce their acreage this summer?
Minister of Health and Minister of Sports.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We appreciate the contribution to the Canadian economy of these farmers, and that is why there is a 3-year period of investment. $29.3 million will be introduced in investment. $64.6 million will be put towards employer inspections so that there is decent and fair treatment. We will always be there for employers. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Madam Speaker, COVID has had a tremendous impact on our economy, and it's thanks of this government's prudent and constant support to Canadians and Canadian businesses that we are seeing a strong economic recovery. But we know that there are other opportunities for economic growth in this great country. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance please stand up and tell us how the 2022 budget will promote economic growth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member for her excellent question, and obviously Budget 2022 does have many measures to promote economic growth with a new growth fund for Canada to boost investment in the private sector, but we're continuing to invest in our clusters. And yesterday, the Prime Minister announced in Montreal that a Moderna factory would be setting up shop here in Quebec.
Vaughn.
Madam Speaker, Laura, a nurse in my riding, has worked long hours to guarantee the health and well-being of our community during the pandemic.
It's wonderful.
She was upset to learn renewing her passport would take several months.
Oh, no.
Her credit card was charged, but her passport was nowhere to be found.
Unacceptable.
Our healthcare providers have given up a lot to keep our community safe.
Absolutely.
When is this government going to recognize the hardworking Canadians and get them back to work?
Absolutely.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we know, Canadians have waited a long time to travel again, and many of them are eager to do so, to reunite with loved ones and to take a well-needed rest and vacation. But as I mentioned before, demand for passports is up over 40%, and our Service Canada employers are working night and day, overtime and weekends. As I said before, we will continue to uncover every opportunity to ensure Canadians receive the service that they deserve. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on April the 8th, I asked the Minister of Public Safety about proposed prison dairy farm operations at Joyceville and Collins Bay. The Minister told this House that a contract had been signed. Now, I think that he was talking about a contract unrelated to the concerns I raised, but I can't know for sure because he neglected to provide any details about that contract. So, what exactly is the contract for? With whom was the contract signed? Is it related to goat milk production for export? And will the Minister table the contract in the House? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I have told the Honourable member personally, while Correctional Services was considering goat milk farming, what's the right term? It is no longer under consideration. Correctional Services Canada does not intend to do any goat milk farming. Goat milk. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, my office continues to hear from small businesses, including farmers, about the reduced hours at land border crossings and the negative impacts on local economies. With seeding underway and crop export shipments imminent, many transport operators are driving hundreds of extra kilometers just to get to a 24-hour port. With skyrocketing gas prices on top of the carbon tax, they can't afford the unnecessary detours. When will the Minister stop making the life harder for these small businesses and return border crossing hours back to normal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was listening to a lot of noise in the background, and I will be very honest with you, I did not hear the question, so if the member would like to speak to me afterwards, I'll be happy to answer it, and I do apologize.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine. Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Madam Speaker, period poverty is a real issue affecting Canadians all over the country. People who menstruate should have access to menstrual products when they need them. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of Women and Gender Equality and Youth share what our government is doing to support menstrual equity? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the Honourable Member for her question. Madam Speaker, menstrual products are a basic need and are essential to uphold Canadian sexual and reproductive health and rights. They ensure that people who menstruate can continue to participate in school and work and in their communities. However, period stigma still exists and create barriers for Canadians every day. That's why, as part of Budget 2022, our government has allocated $25 million starting this year and continuing into next to pilot a menstrual equity fund to make menstrual products available to people who need them. I look forward to working with the stakeholders and ensuring...
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Last week, a federal court judge called into question this government's approach to removing open net fish farms in Discovery Islands. Liberal mismanagement has put BC's vulnerable wild salmon at risk. It also casts serious doubts on the government's ability to meet their commitment to remove open net fish farms by 2025. When will this government deliver a real transition that supports First Nations, workers, and finally removes fish farms from our waters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The sustainable management of our ocean ecosystem, including the wild Pacific salmon, is a priority for our government. The decision to phase out fish farms in the Discovery Island was based on consultation with local First Nations, and we're aware of the court decision, and the department is carefully reviewing it, Madam Speaker, ahead of determining next steps. We remain committed to transitioning away from open net pen salmon farming in coastal BC waters. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of question period. Point of order, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board's response regarding whistleblowers from the CRA who right now are being harassed and forced out of their work. He says they're going to continue with the review lasting 5 years. With the House's permission, I'd like to table the 2017 OGO report needing or listing every item needed for whistleblower protection in the country. It can be done now, not 5 years from now.
Does the honourable member have consent? Qu'est-ce ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable?
All those opposed will please say nay.
I'm sorry, there is not unanimous support. Another point of order, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Regards to my second question, when the Treasury Board, the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence was answering, I'd like to retable the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report on strong security engage, which was done at the same time of the budget, where Defence actually noted they did not have that added $15 billion either.
Does the honourable member have support? All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm sorry, there's not unanimous support there. If individuals want to have conversations across the way, I would just ask them to please do so maybe out in the lobby.
There's another point of order, Sam.
I have another point of order. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not a new point of order, but I would like confirmation that the standing orders haven't changed in regard to the use of props, the wearing of buttons, and other proclamations of positions. I certainly have a number of buttons I'd like to wear into the House. On this occasion, the honourable member for Bow River, whom I'm very, he's a good guy, like spending time with him, but it's as far as I can see, thwarting and flaunting the rules of this place to continue to wear a button that says, I heart oil and gas. The reality of it is when people ignore the rules of this place, it invites further contempt for our rules. Standing orders 16 and 18 are routinely violated. Those would absolutely eliminate heckling. I wonder, is it still the rule that people shouldn't wear buttons into the House?
The honourable member has... before I say anything, I see that the honourable member for Bow River would like to add to the point of order. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member from BC, she's misleading the House. That's not what this button says. It says in symbols, I love Canada. That's all it's on this button. Take it off. Take it off. If people in this House disregard their love for Canada, I have a problem with that. All it says.
Again, you know, the honourable member, I appreciate him clarifying that button, but I know that earlier it was a different button. However, no? Okay. Okay. So my mistake, I apologize. So I just, in order to ensure that we don't have any points of orders on the buttons, it would be best not to use any type of buttons that is not approved across party lines. Generally, you know, if we have the Moose Hide campaign that is approved by everyone, I think that would be that would prevent any points of order from being raised. But he's not the only member that has worn a button, and I just want to remind members that it's best not to wear buttons in the House. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. No.
He should, yes. He should be there.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm assuming that there was a number of tabled documents under our rules with respect to our petitions, possibly. Otherwise, I'm not aware of any other document I was supposed to be tabling.
I had it that you were going to table three responses to 3 petitions, but I'm assuming that you don't have them at this point?
In an electronic format.
Well, I wonder why motion 11 is in place now.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Full Participation of Taiwan in the World Health Assembly and World Health Organization. It's a very brief report in which the committee sets forth its support of the full participation of Taiwan in those 2 organizations. I would like to recognize the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for bringing this matter to the committee, and to all members of the committee for their immediate and unanimous adoption of the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Center. Voici. The honourable member of Scarborough Centre. Is there a problem with the virtual?
Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Supporting Uyghurs and Other Turkic Muslims to Find Safety in Canada. The committee reports that in light of the fact that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China face an ongoing genocide, and in light of the fact that those in 3rd countries are at continuing risk of detention and deportation back to China, where they face serious risk of arbitrary detention, torture, and other atrocities, we call on the government to extend existing special immigration measures to Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, including the expansion of biometrics collection capabilities in 3rd countries and the issuance of temporary resident permits and single-journey travel documents to those without a passport. B. Allow displaced Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in 3rd countries who face risk of detention and deportation back to China to seek refuge in Canada. Waive the UNHCR refugee determination, and D. The government provide a comprehensive response by letter to the committee within 30 days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First readings of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Oh, sorry. Motions presenting petitions. Yeah. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition to present. It's e-petition 3763, if I've got the right number. Yeah, 3763. And it's been signed by over 4,000 Canadians. It relates to the issue of animal testing and in research. And the petitioners point out that the European Parliament has banned testing of using animals in testing. It points out that animal testing does not always accurately anticipate the way in which various products or pharmaceuticals will affect humans. And if the European Parliament has taken the step, the petitioners ask, why can't Canada follow suit and end the use of animals in testing? I submit this petition on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition from Prince Edward Islanders that are very concerned about the climate emergency, and they're calling on the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation. that reduces emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, that creates good green jobs, that protects and strengthens human rights and workers' rights and respects Indigenous rights and emphasizes support for historically marginalized communities and expands the social safety net. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Standing petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Member have unanimous consent to have the question stand. Yeah, agreed, and so ordered. Okay. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commun, resuming consideration at report stage of Bill C8, the economic and fiscal update, and on the motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Hey. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise today to speak to C8 at report stage here. C8's been a bit of a baby of our side over here, and I actually helped shepherd this through when it first got introduced to the House, and we actually looked at it in committee where I was, in the Finance Committee, for some time. It was an interesting bill. We had a number of proposals brought forward at committee to try and make it a better bill, and we're still trying to make it a better bill. But one of the issues, of course, we've been focusing on, and I think this government's finally started to try and focus on, although I don't really think they know what they're doing, is housing. And I say that with some concern for our country going forward here, because I don't think this government really has their eye on the ball with housing. I think they've missed the mark for 7 long years. And you take a look at housing in Canada 7 years ago, you take a look at housing now, the demographics have changed. We are more and more of an investing country for real estate as opposed to a living country for real estate. And that's because we've lost everything else we invest in this country. So if you were a Canadian and you were saying, okay, I need to put my money safely into an investment that's going to return 15% a year, and your financial advisor said, there is one commodity under this broken government where you get 15% a year, it's the only thing happening in the Canadian economy of any extent right now, is residential housing. Everything else has fallen off the wayside. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, combined investment in the Canadian economy has gone negative. That means depreciation of our assets in Canada, our capital stock, we say, our farms, our factories, our buildings, is negative. They depreciate more than money that's been invested in Canada over the past number of years. That's a problem, because we do need long-term sustainability, and it's the first time in our history where we've experienced this. And the government has to start paying attention to that, because they've been ignoring too much as far as our economy goes. Part of the reason for that is, of course, regulations that have stopped investment in this country, regulations that have stymied the development of our best industries in Canada with no clear thought about the outcome of what happens there. But I'm going to get back to housing here, because housing is what I really want to talk about. In this bill, there was a 1% surtax on passively held non-resident owners of real estate. Now, this is a trap, I'm going to tell the government right now, and what Canadian people need to understand is this is a way for the federal government to find their way into taxing what should be a municipal taxation mechanism, and that is a tax on property. Right now, there's already a tax on property, and everybody here that owns a home knows that tax. You pay it once a year, and you pay it in June. In my province, you pay it at the end of June. It is your municipal taxes. Those municipal taxes is based on the value of your property, and it has an escalation in some provinces. In BC particularly, they've started escalating that based on non-resident owners, and in some cases it's as much as 6% higher in British Columbia. Regardless of that application of an extra 5% plus 1% plus 2%, however it happens in Vancouver, in different parts of the Lower Mainland, 7.7% of the housing stock in the Lower Mainland is still owned by foreign investors. Not that's a bad thing, except in some cases here that I'll go into later in my speech. I think Canada should be a country that does accept foreign investment. I wish that foreign investment coming into Canada was going into productive uses in our economy. Housing is a passive investment, and I don't think the government understands any of that. this is part of the problem we have. They've been schizophrenic now, because now we've got a budget in front of the House of Commons. In addition to this measure taken in Bill C-8, we've got a budget that actually says, okay, we're going to stop foreign buying for 2 years now. Now, okay, we're going to put a little foot on the brake while you figure this out. And this is what the government is saying at this point in time. Interestingly, this was part of the Conservative platform in the election. Now, I take pride in that because we've identified foreign interference in the Canadian housing market as the one issue, first and foremost, that we need to adjust in order to get back to a level playing field about where Canadians can actually buy the houses and the condos they live in. Identified by the Conservatives in the election, and I'm glad that finally the Liberals, after 7 years, have figured out what to happen here, how to actually move this lever forward. But think about that. In C8, you've got a 1% surtax, and then the government's saying, well, okay, we'll also stop this for 2 years. So they're only figuring this out, and I'm going to suggest as well that they're not getting good advice in this file. Now, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation is the crown corporation of this government, and I would say that in the last 7 years, its nonpartisanship has been diminished to the point where it is just an instrument of the Liberal Party of Canada, and that's a shame. That's an absolute shame. I look at what's happening here around the world, and I see this group of people that are continuing to put more money in their own pockets with huge bonuses, but what outcome? In most parts of Canada, when you get a bonus, it's based on the fact you did your job very well. The bonuses being received by our public officials in this case are being received because they're ruining the Canadian housing economy for Canadians. And how are they doing that? Well, they're coming up with all kinds of programs, none of which are working. All of which are kind of throwing words against the wall that have no real outcome for Canadians. Now, I'm going to suggest perhaps we need new leadership, perhaps we need a new minister. Because this minister, I think he disclosed earlier this week, and permit me to be, I'm reporting what I heard on the news, is that he's also invested just recently in the Canadian housing market. And that's good. He's got a financial advisor that says there's nothing else to invest in Canada, so go into housing. But I think that that's part of the problem here, and maybe those people advising him to do that are at the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. I don't think he would invest in housing if he's going to see a correction here on the horizon, which is really, we need a slowdown in the escalation of housing prices in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is what this country requires in order to get back to a basis where new families, new Canadians can afford to buy a home and live here. Now, part of the problem we have in the Canadian housing market, of course, is the foreign influence money laundering. And I'm going to go through a bit of money laundering here with you, Mr. Speaker. Money laundering is an amount that is between $14 billion and $43 to $113 billion is laundered in Canada each year and contributes to domestic problems such as higher house prices and fentanyl. So if I had to, and I knocked doors in Calgary Centre 2 elections now, 2019 and 2021. The amount of homeless people, the amount of people dying of fentanyl, the amount of drug addiction in my riding, downtown Calgary, has grown exponentially. And part of that is a link to foreign money that is coming in that is bad foreign money. There's good foreign money coming in to invest. There's also laundered foreign money that's just looking for a home for the proceeds of crime. And that's what we need to combat here in Canada more than anything else. And that's the main issue where this government has failed. We've always said, I've always said, that the number one thing we can do is address the money laundering laws in Canada to stop this from happening any further. Now, $43 to $113 billion, big gap because it's an estimation, but a bunch of that is going into investments that are safe as houses. And I've called on this minister, I've called on this government to stop that trade. The actual Minister of Finance says, well, we'll look at, doing this in 2025. And I'm curious why, if you know there's a problem, if you know we're the worst perpetrator of money laundering in the G7, why you're going to wait another 3 years before you decide to look at it. And I'm going to suggest that there might be some link there. Is it a long-term exit where you get to a whole bunch of buyers that are coming in here, laundering money in Canada, associated with people you know? I'm going to suggest that maybe there is no impetus on the other side of the House to actually reduce the prices of houses for Canadians across Canada. This is a travesty. Take the first step first and actually get towards a base of housing investment in Canada that makes sense. Now, in the budget, the government came up with this crazy idea, pardon me, of actually building a whole bunch more houses in Canada. Well, you know, we have lots of houses in Canada. Actually, as a percentage of our economy, it's actually more than any other sector at this point in time. And by throwing more money at the wall, we are actually going to further inflate the cost of houses because there's not enough trades out there to do it, and there's not enough money out there to do it. There's not enough lumber out there to do it. Think about all that's going to go up in this process. Like I say, this is a crazy approach from a government that is only trying to find its feet. It doesn't have good advisors on housing. It doesn't have good policy in housing. It needs to set itself back and say this is a major problem in Canada, particularly for young Canadians, particularly for people buying their first homes, and get back to a basis where we start making sense in this country again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you. It's a bit much, Mr. Speaker, when you think about it, from the days of Stephen Harper, which completely ignored the housing industry as a whole, to a government that brought in the first national housing strategies, literally committing billions of dollars in low-income, non-profit housing, in supporting provinces and territories, in providing units, repairs, and so forth. In many ways, first-time home buyers program, we've recognized the value and the importance of housing, and at the end of the day, the federal government needs to play a leadership role, and it has been playing a leadership role. But my question to my friend is, would he not agree that in dealing with the housing shortage, because there is a shortage of housing stock, that the best way of dealing with that is, as much as we can play a leadership role, but municipalities and to a certain degree provinces also need to come on, because it is an issue of supply. Does he have any recommendations on how, what he believes, what we can do to increase the supply of housing?
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across the way there, and I really appreciate his admiration of Stephen Harper and his government's admiration of Stephen Harper's policies. Because the first-time home buyers program is a bit of a cop-off of the tax-free savings account, and that's a great savings instrument for Canadians, and I know that they copied that in order to try and have something called the first-time home buyers program, which would be great if you have money to put into another savings account while you're actually saving for a mortgage at the same time. So thank you for some actually constructive comment on that. Let's see how it works, but not the worst plan I've seen from the other side of the House. I have to give him that kind of credit. But there are other issues here, and in dealing with my friend's question, he actually talks about the supply of housing. The supply of housing in Canada is actually as high as it's ever been. The issue is the supply of money going into housing is also as high as it's ever been. 30% of the houses built in Canada now are owned by investors, like your fellow cabinet minister, the Minister of Housing, who just recently went into that as well. This is part of the problem. We now have everybody investing in housing because there's nowhere else to invest. I wish you'd heard that in my speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, le honourable member de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Drummond, rather. I'm so sorry. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we supported this motion at second reading because there's very little substance and there are a lot of things to improve. So we voted in favor so we could work on it, but not much happened in the meantime. So here, once again, we see a bill that doesn't have much substance. So I'd like to ask my colleague's opinion about the fact that there isn't much here about the labor shortage. And there isn't much about the issues with supply chains. All in all, very little, and some clear problems. So what does my colleague think of this lack of real solutions?
For Calgary Centre.
I'd like to thank my colleague for, is it Jonquière? No, it's Drummond.
Je m'excuse, mais je suis...
I'm sorry. But in any case, I agree. There's an issue, and we're seeing the issue with inflation in the economy, which is caused by an increase in prices caused by, among other things, the pandemic. That caused some of the problems, but we also saw that when it comes to our softwood lumber supply, it's gone up by up to 4%, 4 times last summer. That's a real problem that's going to increase house prices, the softwood lumber price increase, and there are other problems in the supply chain that are making house prices go up.
In Strathcona.
It's nice to see you in the chair this afternoon. I would also like to thank my colleague from Calgary for his speech today. It was very, very interesting. And one of the things that he talked about is fentanyl, and how fentanyl is one of these things that is being used as a money laundering tool. And so I'm curious. I mean, we talked about housing, we talked about affordability, we talked about, he's brought up the issue of fentanyl. And as somebody who is deeply concerned about the poisoned drug supply in our communities, and someone who recognizes that housing is part of the solution for those who are suffering from the poison drug supply, that in fact the combination of mental health, housing, and a safe supply are actually part of the solutions. I'm wondering if he will be supporting my colleague from Courtney Alberni with his bill C-216 on safe supply, making sure there is safe supply for folks in Canada.
In 20 seconds or less, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for that question. And I remember reading an article from a well-known Canadian years ago that said, it doesn't matter the source of the money you bring into Canada. If it's dirty elsewhere, once it's in Canada, it'll be fine. That's completely absurd. Completely absurd. And it's a well-known Canadian that wrote that. When you're inviting dirty money into Canada, you're inviting everything that's associated with that dirty money, the drug pushing, the other crimes associated therewith. So making sure that that stays as isolated from Canada is part of our goals in getting more investment in Canada. And thank you very much for the question. I'm sorry I wasn't able to address it fully.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Louis St. Laurent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure to see you in the chair. Well, I think it's the correct way to use, so we will never know what could happen in the future. Even if I think that you will really appreciate in 3 years to be there, like all of us, like all Canadians, by the way. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes donc rassemblés aujourd'hui pour parler.
Mr. Speaker, we are here today to discuss Bill C-8 about the economic update and to implement some fiscal measures from the current government. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say that I will be speaking about everything that affects Canadians in the area of finances. And the thing that affects them most in the area of finances, which is, of course, inflation. We've been seeing one of the highest levels of inflation in 31 years, in fact, the highest level. And 31 years ago, there were substantial increases in interest rates in order to finally end inflation. And to see the level we're currently seeing is completely new in the last 30 years, and it's affecting all Canadian families. We're all being affected by these high rates. And why do I want to discuss this? Well, because in my opinion, there's nothing in Bill C-8 that actually addresses the problem of inflation to give Canadian families a break. That's something the government could have done, but it didn't. Inflation is affecting everyone. And as the Royal Bank of Canada said in its report recently, and I wouldn't like to use the word impacté wrongly in French, but so those who are affected by inflation, those who are inflected, are those who are trying, for example, to buy food, housing, transit. Those are all so important. All of these important matters are affected by inflation. So if you have a lot of money, you eat about the same amount as someone with less money. But when prices go up, people with a high income don't see themselves affected as much proportionally as those with a lower income.
On parle pas de ce qui est un petit peu plus.
We're not talking about luxury goods here or or the cherry on the top of someone's cake. We're talking about basic goods, which are radically being affected by inflation. And that's why it affects all Canadians and families, and that is why this government should be focusing its financial action on helping Canadians deal with inflation. Madam Speaker, I have asked dozens of questions, like all my colleagues here at the House, to the government about inflation. And in general, what the Minister of Finance has said, well, it's not our fault. This is happening globally. There's a health crisis, and there were supply chain issues globally, and there's the war underway in Ukraine, being attacked by Russia. So they're saying that it's not their fault, it's happening worldwide. No, Madam Speaker, that's not the case. That is, remember that when C8 was tabled, this government, when we were asking them questions about inflation, they said, this is only temporary. It'll solve itself. And we remember, sadly, the statement by the Prime Minister in 2015 that the budget would solve itself. Well, that's not the case, and it's not the case here with inflation either, like the government said only 6 months ago. So, Madam Speaker, like the Governor of the Bank of Canada said just a few days ago, we have to rein in spending. 2 actions should be taken by this government to directly deal with inflation. And this has nothing to do with what's happening in Ukraine, nothing to do with supply chain issues or the pandemic. There are 2 actions that could be taken by this government, namely freeze increases in taxes and tariffs and controlling spending. Why? Because when you have your own personal budget and you are facing issues, and you don't know if you want to buy something or invest in something, or if you have an unexpected expense, you say to yourself, well, I can't spend as much as I want. I will have to make some choices. And that, Madam Speaker, is the right approach that any head of a family, either a mother or a father, well, the person in charge of a family, has to do. So you think about things and you control your spending. That is the responsible way of governing. But, Madam Speaker, this government did anything but control spending. It has acted without financial responsibility. Let's remember that in 2015, the Liberals were elected by saying that we would run 3 small deficits and then they would bring the deficit down to 0. That was their commitment, their solemn commitment made in 2015. And the reality, Madam Speaker, is that they didn't run 3 small deficits, but rather 1, 2, 3, 4 astronomical deficits. And they increased year over year. And I laughed when I saw the budget tabled recently, and we saw that within 5 years, it would explode. It would rather reach $8 billion, and no one believes in that because we know that they have not managed the budget properly since 2015. And because of the pandemic, there were some exceptional spending that had to be done, and that is understandable. We understand that aspect. But it's not because we had spent before that we can no longer control spending. And that's where the real issue is. Remember that when our government, our party, rather, was in charge of running the country, we faced the worst economic crisis in 2008 of the 20th century. It was the worst crisis since the 1930s. And we managed the budget responsibly. Yes, we had deficits, but we knew where we were heading. So that in 2015, under the Conservative government and the finance minister of the time, we were the leading G7 country, and we exited the crisis the best amongst G7 countries. This government has spent without counting, and we could have put money aside in the past, but that is why Well, we understand that there were some exceptional expenses and some pandemic costs to cover, but now that that's over, we have to manage the budget responsibly, and the government is not doing this. But the more they spend, the more it feeds into inflation. They're injecting money into the economy, and prices are going up. So the first thing they have to do is control spending. Second, Madam Speaker, is to freeze increases. In an ideal world, we could say cancel taxes. That would be nice, but it's not realistic. So yes, there are taxes. Well, there are some that we don't agree on, such as the carbon tax. But at the very least, Madam Speaker, what the government should do is give a break to Canadian families. They have to make sure they don't increase taxes. But no, Madam Speaker, on April 1st, this government had a golden opportunity to help Canadian families, but they decided to move forward despite inflation and as if everyone had tons of money in their pockets. They moved forward with increases, and the result is that today, because of the Liberal carbon tax, the cost of transportation is now rising and not decreasing, and that is unfortunate. The government should have looked at what's happening in France with the President Macron. We could have had that here. France was able to freeze some tariff increases, and the inflation rate in France is 4.1 versus our 6.7. So here are some concrete examples of what the government could have done to give a break to Canadian families. Everyone's facing inflation, and the hardest hit are those. Well, they have two direct actions they need to do: control spending, and they also have to stop immediately all increases in tariffs and tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that what I'd like to be able to do is to approach the issue of inflation as we've had, whether it's during the budget debate or C8 debate, a great deal of concern raised about the issue of inflation. And I think when Canadians look at the issue and we reflect on it, that we have to be fair in debating it. And one of that is recognizing that, yes, we do have an inflation rate in Canada that we would all like to see less than what it actually is. But at the same time, we need to recognize that in comparison to, let's say, the United States of America or many of our European countries, that their inflation rate is actually higher than the Canadian inflationary rate. And my question to the member is just in terms of recognizing the importance of inflation and reflecting comparisons. Does he have countries that he likes to compare Canada to specifically when it comes to some of these economic indicators?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. And by the way, when I said earlier in the question period that all the Liberal MP will be at home watching TV, I'm quite sure that a member of the Winnipeg North will be here in the House of Commons, like it is right now, by the way. But I cannot say if he's alone or not, but there is some clear indication around that. So, Madam Speaker, that has been a serious question. And yes, there is some comparison, positive and negative. But, Madam Speaker, as a Canadian, I see Canada as a gold mine for economy because we have everything. So when we make comparison, I prefer to compare my country to the best of the world instead of those who struggle too much. So there is France, there is Italia, is that correct? Italia. So, and I want to remind the member the example of France, when the French government decided to shut down every raise of tariff. They said, no, there will no be raise in tariff. The government should get inspiration.
I do have to ask for other questions. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to hear my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent speak here in this House. And there is something we would like to have seen in this bill, perhaps more awareness about the issues of small businesses in Quebec. As of last year, at the end of October, we're talking about more than half of small businesses that won't make it through 2022, and the recovery has been tricky. Does he not agree that the criteria that were used for the loans that were given to businesses? Could they not have been more flexible? It would have really helped companies that are having a hard time due to pandemic issues. Thank you. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And all due respect I have a great deal, rather, of respect to my colleague from Drummond, and he's always very concerned about transportation. I'd like to underscore the fact, Madam Speaker, what he said, and underscore something important. Yes, there is a health crisis and a pandemic, and there were immediate measures that were taken to help entrepreneurs and companies. Were there good measures, too many measures? Well, let's not go into that now. But today what we're seeing, like he has said so well, is that we are facing companies that are struggling because they're having a hard time resuming things as normal because there are supply chain issues and there's a labor shortage, and some companies are even having a hard time producing. So they have contracts, there's demand, they have calls to move forward, but they can't do so because of supply chain issues and the lack of labor. And that labor shortage, Madam Speaker. Another question coming up.
Honourable member for Churchill-Kiwanis-Aski.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the House, we talk a lot about troubles that Canadians are facing countrywide, but unfortunately, when the Conservatives had the opportunity to change things, they kept share buybacks for rich CEOs. Why are the Conservatives insisting on protecting the profits of the richest rather than helping out the most vulnerable of Canadians? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. A quick answer, please. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the quality of my colleague's French. And yes, all tax measures must be properly revised and reviewed at the right time. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to rise in the House and contribute to the debate. Today we are debating at report stage Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures. I always enjoy the long titles to bills because it gives you a sense of what the bill actually is. And an economic statement or a fall update, a fiscal update, is kind of like a mini budget. It's a chance for a government to provide some economic measures, some budgetary measures, without having an entire budget. But now what we've seen now, Madam Speaker, is we had the fall economic statement, we have Bill C-8, and now we've had the actual budget, and in the coming days we'll be having the Budget Implementation Act for this year's budget. 4 different opportunities for this government to take meaningful action to help the people of Canada, to help the people who are struggling with the cost of living, to help people struggling with inflation, to help those small businesses who in the last 2 years have faced lockdown, restrictions, restaurants, hospitality, tourism sector, all of these opportunities, and yet time and time again we've seen the government fail to act, fail to meaningfully act to help the people in Perth-Wellington and the people across Canada. And what's equally concerning, Madam Speaker, is that today's debate is being done under the threat of a guillotine motion. A guillotine motion being a time allocation motion, a motion that cuts off debate. Now, Madam Speaker, we've seen this before. We've seen the government rail for years against time allocation, against closure, and then, of course, flip around and use it themselves. But what's especially interesting this time is that it's being done in the shadow of Motion 11. So here we have the government using time allocation on this bill, and at the same time, they've given notice of closure for closure on Motion 11. Now, Madam Speaker, some may not know what Motion 11 actually is doing, but Motion 11 would allow the government not to show up for work. Motion 11 would allow the House of Commons to function without quorum. Now, Madam Speaker, just to show you how out of the ordinary this is, the concept of quorum in the House of Commons, a minimum number of people being present in the chamber, is constitutionally protected. I repeat, constitutional protection is provided to members of this House to maintain quorum. Now, Madam Speaker, it's not a large number. You can count it on 2 sets of hands. It's 20 people. You know, some people may want to take off their socks to count that high, but it's not that high of a number, including the Speaker. So the Speaker plus 19 members. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you consult the authorities of this place, including Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, edited by our good friend, Mr. John Holtby of Brockville, Ontario, it says this at paragraph 280. The Constitution Act, section 48, specifies that the quorum of the House is 20, including the Speaker. Paragraph 281 states, any member may direct the Speaker's attention to the fact that there is not quorum present. This is something that is provided for in the authorities of this place, consistent with the Constitution of our country, Constitution Act 1867. The government, with Motion 11, will withdraw the concept of quorum, allowing this place to function without the bare number of 20 people. Madam Speaker, this is simply unacceptable, and in the coming days I hope to contribute more specifically on this debate, but for now I will leave it at that, and I will move on to some of the issues that are included in Bill C-8. Now, Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned in this House many times, the Great Riding of Perth-Wellington includes some of the most fertile farmland in the world. Quite literally, Perth-Wellington is the heartland of Canadian agriculture. There are more dairy farmers in Perth-Wellington than in any other electoral district in the country. Wellington County is #1 for chicken production in Canada, in the top 5 in Ontario for beef and pork. And Madam Speaker, what I hear all the time from farmers and farm families is the struggle they're facing, particularly as it comes to the rising costs of things. One thing in particular that we hear time and time again is the carbon tax. The carbon tax adding extra costs to farmers and farm families with no way to recoup those costs. Now, the Liberals will point to Bill C-8 saying that there's going to be a rebate in it, that farmers can apply for rebates. But Madam Speaker, that's not what farmers are asking for. Farmers are asking for the bill that was brought forward in the previous Parliament by my colleague, the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, Bill C-206, which passed through the House of Commons with support from our friends in the bloc, with support from the New Democrats, with support from the Greens. It made it through this place and was into the Senate. But then, as we all know, it was killed when the government dissolved Parliament to call their unnecessary election. So the budget, both the budget, the fiscal update, C-8, the Budget Implementation Act, all had an opportunity for the government to do the right thing and adopt the measures that were contained in Bill C-206. Now, our friend, our colleague, the member from Huron-Bruce, has introduced Bill C-234, which is in direct response to what farmers and farm families are asking for. They're asking for on-farm use for drying of grain to be excluded from the carbon tax when there are no alternatives. There are no ways for farmers to use other alternatives to dry their grains. They must use carbon-based fuel. So it makes no sense that the government is charging them time and time again with no results. So, Madam Speaker, again, a missed opportunity for the government to actually take meaningful action when it comes to the cost of on-farm fuel. But that's not the only problem that farmers are facing today. The other is the rising cost of fertilizer. Now, I want to be clear. Every farmer I've spoken to, every farm business that I've spoken to, every Canadian I've spoken to agrees that tough sanctions against Vladimir Putin and his thugs are needed and are warranted. But for those farmers and for those agribusinesses who purchase and have purchase orders for fertilizer pre-March 2nd, before the sanctions were introduced, should not be subject to a 35% tariff. That 35% does nothing to Vladimir Putin and his thugs because the purchase has already been made. It is simply 35% money coming out of the pockets of farmers and farm families and going to the government's coffers. The government has not yet even addressed this. They have not provided a response to this. In fact, yesterday in question period, in response to a question from the Bloc Québécois, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food said this: Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we are taking this situation very seriously. We are looking at various options. We want to make sure that farmers have the inputs they need for a good season so Canada can contribute to food security at home and around the world. Madam Speaker, the planting season is upon us. Madam Speaker, farmers and farm families are making decisions right now. They are they're paying for fertilizer right now with a 35% tariff that they didn't anticipate and could not have anticipated in October or November or December when they purchased it, and now are being levied a 35% tariff on top of it. It's completely unacceptable because it hurts only farmers, not Vladimir Putin and his regime. So I, again, encourage the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, if she has any sway at the cabinet table, if she has any influence with her own government, to stand up for farmers, to stand up for those who are working hard to literally feed our country, to feed the world, and do the right thing. We're going to be seeing challenges in years to come based on the out-of-commission farmland that is currently in Ukraine. We are going to be called upon as Canadians, as Canadian farmers, to address that shortage. And if they are hamstringing, if they are preventing Canadian farmers from feeding the world, then, Madam Speaker, it is a crying shame and simply unacceptable. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, you've given me the 1-minute warning, so I just wanted to address very quickly the point of housing. We have seen the house prices in Canada skyrocket over the last 2 years. We've seen it in my small rural communities within Perth, Wellington. We are seeing prices skyrocket to make the price of housing unaffordable for young families, for people getting out of university, newly married families with young kids trying to find a spot. It's unacceptable. The cost that's being driven up for young people is driving them out of the market. The government needs to address it. We need to increase supply of housing in Canada, and it needs to be done now, not 5 or 10 years from now. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This, the C11, and don't let the member fool anyone, is all about extending the hours. The quorum that he's making reference to is something in which occurs, whether it's emergency debates, take note debates, and other situations. And what we're talking about is in the evenings. So it's a question of whether or not the Conservatives want to show up to work or they don't want to show up to work. Do they want to have additional debate time? Do they not want to have additional debate time? But the question is more so focused when he makes reference to the mini-budget idea and why it is that the government is coming forward and why, in his opinion, we're not doing anything. Let me give a specific example, that of childcare. We have the very first national childcare program that is going to help families, it's going to help businesses, it's going to help our economy. And yet the Conservatives are opposing it. Any idea of any value, the Conservatives consistently vote against initiatives that are for the betterment of Canadians. Why is that?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to address first Motion 11. The member has been in this place for many years. He physically is in this place all the time. I often wonder if he has a sleeping bag underneath his desk, and I say that in a positive light because he is here a lot. What he fails to understand is that examples that he has raised, there is no question put. What he's talking about now is that a parliamentary debate on legislation where questions are put to this Parliament assembled will no longer have a quorum, will no longer have the ability for parliamentarians to fulfill our constitutional duty to review government legislation. So the member is wrong. In the examples he raised, there are no questions put. When he's talking about other measures within the budget, I hear from families in rural communities that will receive zero benefits from the measures he is talking about. They use family members, they use unlicensed childcare, they use neighborhoods to provide it, and they will not get any benefit from the measures that the member is talking about.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. I want to congratulate my colleague and thank my colleague for the rich content of his speech. Secondly, I find it shocking to see the attitude of the government who's limiting parliamentarians' powers in this place and is rising to speak and say why this is the thing to do. We see that the government wants to exert its power as an autocrat without having to be accountable in the House. My question, however, regarding my colleague's speech has to do with tariffs for fertilizers. It's catastrophic. the number of hours that farmers work, the capital they invest to produce what they produce? Will the government act in time? Thank you.
Perth Wellington.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for Joliette for his great question. Yes, indeed, the government must act, has to do something with the taxes on fertilizers. They have to do something for our farmers, for our families. They work hard every single day. And now they're living in uncertainty because of this government. And the Minister for Agriculture, where is she? She's not doing anything now. She gives answers during question period, but without concrete measures to go with them to help people in a real way who make food for everyone here in Canada. Thank you.
A brief question, the Honourable Member Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Perth Wellington for his speech. He used some very evocative language and the term guillotine to describe the fact that we're in time allocation on this bill. And I would be compelled by his arguments if this bill hadn't received very much debate in the House. But to my understanding, it's been debated 5 times at second reading and 6 times at report stage, and here we find ourselves again. The people caught in the crossfire, among others, are teachers who have already done their taxes and have claimed the school supplies tax credit, and farmers who have claimed the tax credit, and it may be that they wish there was a different mechanism, but some will obviously claim the tax credit in here, in this bill. Can the member speak to those 2 groups who are waiting for CRA to process their tax filings?
A brief answer from the member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. The term guillotine motion is a common phrase. It's used at Westminster all the time. To a specific question, the government could have acted. They have had the Ways and Means motion passed in this House of Commons, which could direct CRA to implement these changes on this year's tax return. They are using this as a delay mechanism. Specifically, the member mentions a number of times this has debated. This has been the first time I've been able to get up in the House and speak this bill at any reading because this has been pushed along through the parliamentary process. It is our job as parliamentarians to debate the issues, not to be an audience for the government.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague from Perth Wellington, this is my first opportunity to speak to C8 at any stage of this bill's process going through the House of Commons, and I appreciate the opportunity to actually have the ability to speak to C8, at least while I still have it, under the guillotine of Motion 11. And I find it more than a bit strange that the Liberal leadership has managed to mismanage this House, so much so that we are debating an act to implement provisions of the 2021 winter fiscal update 2 days after we voted on the 2022 budget. I suppose Liberal incompetence really shouldn't be a surprise after all we've seen the last 6 years. Madam Speaker, the Economic and Fiscal Update 2021 committed to add an additional $70 billion of spending that will do little more than continue to drive up inflation. The fiscal update also made it clear that the so-called fiscal guardrails that the government likes to reference when they abandon any semblance of a fiscal anchor are simply a communications tool and not actually something the government is committed to using to guide their economic decisions. The need for stimulus right now, Madam Speaker, is simply non-existent. The notion has been panned by the Parliamentary Budget Officer and virtually every reasonable private sector economist. Despite this, the government has committed to all kinds of unnecessary spending in the fiscal update, and now they have added even more in the 2022 budget, with numerous costly campaign promises that are still waiting in the wings. To make matters worse, much of this spending isn't actually stimulus because it won't do anything to stimulate the economy, attract investment, or promote long-term sustainable growth. Much of the government's proposed spending is simply about ideological goals. It has been using the excuse that interest rates are low, so the debt service payments will also be low. Well, Madam Speaker, the bill has already started to come due on this line of thinking. The Bank of Canada has increased interest rates twice already in order to combat inflation that is in large part being driven by this government's out-of-control spending. Most recently, by a full half a percentage point, the largest single jump in more than 2 decades. And the reality is that the Bank of Canada has been very clear that they aren't even close to being done when it comes to raising rates. The governor has said that they will use the interest rate policy to return inflation to target and will do so forcefully if necessary. The chief economist at BMO Capital Markets suggested there is a solid possibility that we can expect another half a percentage point increase in June of this year as well. We expect the rate to double at an absolute minimum, and the suggestion that it could triple or more is completely within the realm of possible, Madam Speaker. That should give the Liberals and the NDP consideration to pause and to think that the more money they spend, the more they drive up inflation. The higher the interest rate is going to go, and ultimately, the worse off Canadians will be. Unfortunately, it appears there is absolutely no foresight in this government. The focus is on the announcement and the photo op. It's all style with very little, if any, substance. On giving the social media influencers on their payroll something to work with so that they can go out and actually try and convince and mislead Canadians that they are accomplishing a lot, when in reality they are spending a lot with no results at all. Mr. Speaker, this also isn't just about affordability now either, though that is certainly a vital component. 53% of Canadians are less than $200 from insolvency. The cost of living crisis we are currently experiencing cannot be overstated. As inflation drives up the cost of goods, ever smaller unanticipated issues are hitting Canadians hard. One car repair away from insolvency. And as interest rates increase, it will become more and more expensive for Canadians to take out a loan, add debt to their credit card, put more on their line of credit to deal with these types of emergencies. But we also need to consider the generations to come and the moral implications of the NDP Liberal spending and how it will affect our children, our grandchildren, and subsequent generations. The Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister described the housing affordability crisis in Canada an intergenerational injustice. While the budget that she has presented certainly didn't seem to treat it like an issue of importance, I can tell you it's good to know that at least somebody understands the word intergenerational injustice. But what about the intergenerational injustice and impact of all of this spending? Housing only being a small part of it. We have an aging population. In fact, the census data that came out just yesterday by StatsCan showed that the working age population in Canada has never been older, and over 21% of the population is close to retirement, which is an all-time high. Between 2016 and 2021, the number of children under 15 grew at a pace 6 times slower than those over the age of 65. Even with ambitious immigration, the NDP Liberal government is creating the perfect storm that will absolutely devastate our society for future generations. We're going to have fewer people starting from a place of disadvantage being required to repay the debt this government is racking up through some unholy combination of either increased taxes or reduced services. And instead of pulling back, the Liberals are pushing expensive ideological pet projects and buying off the support of the New Democrats with programs provinces aren't even asking for and Canadians simply can't afford. And they're doing this to avoid any accountability or scrutiny for another 4 years. How is this any less of an intergenerational injustice than the 100% increase in the average cost of a home that has been what this government has overseen in the last 6 years? It isn't, Madam Speaker, but the elites in the Liberal Party aren't worried about that because they measure success by dollars out the door, not any outcomes whatsoever. And when someone has a standing invitation to Davos, they aren't too worried about the future financial tremors that we feel like seismic quakes to us poor, lowly, working-class Canadians. Embracing fiscally responsible spending isn't just an economic imperative, it's a moral one. Unfortunately, when it comes to this government, those are the two areas.
Unfortunately, the time is up for now. The honourable member will have two. Nope, this is it. Okay. Comme il est 13h15, conformément à l'ordre.
As it is 1:15, pursuant to order made on Thursday, April 28, 2022, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House.
Is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 and 210. Monsieur Albis, appuyé par Monsieur Deltel, propose.
Mr. Albis, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that Bill C8 be amended by removing Clause 2.
Party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Yes, we respectfully request a recorded division.
Okay. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Le vote par appel nominal s'appliquera également.
The vote will apply to motions 2 to 10.
What is that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the chamber, you'd find unanimous leave at this time to call at 1:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Do we have unanimous consent to see the clock at 1:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Affaires émanant du député, commencement du débat en
Private members' business. Starting debate at second reading of Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Judges Act, Violence Against an Intimate Partner, standing in the name of Ms. Dillon.
Seconded by Ms. Sachs, moves that Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Judges Act, Violence Against the Intimate Partner, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Debate. L'honorable député de Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je dédie mon projet de loi C.
I dedicate my bill C-233 to Ms. Françoise Lheureux, who was a second mother to me. I had a chance to have this person as part of my life. The time that we spent together was some of the most memorable time of my entire life. An exceptional legal expert, she defended her causes with passion and conviction. Her loss was a great loss on every level. She was respected by everybody. Listened to everybody's needs. Her friendship was the greatest gift. And everyone who knew her and understood her agreed.
A few weeks ago, he left us all behind. I wake up every day thinking that I live in a world without Maître Lheureux, a world that needs more people like him. He was a bold, courageous man who always stood to defend human rights and fight oppression. He did not fear anything, and to me, he was larger than life. He was a giant who walked this earth. He was sensitive and had a soft heart. He wanted everyone around him to be okay and would do whatever he could to make it so. He was selfless and a man of honor. He was incredibly intelligent, deep, and thoughtful, a real class act. He gave me invaluable advice on all aspects of my life. He meant something different to each person, but the one message that came back to me over and over was that every time somebody asked him for help, he would never refuse. Jamais je n'aurais imaginé qu'il ne puisse pas être.
I never imagined that he would not be present at the debate on my bill. Maître Lheureux was always there for me to encourage me or to give me advice at difficult times. He was like a guardian angel. I will treasure our shared memories, his words of wisdom and love. Every time he ended a conversation, he would say, "Okay, friends, I have to go." And I would reply, "Hugs, Maître Lheureux, we love you. And we will always love you." It is with great emotion that I present today Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Judges Act, Violence Against an Intimate Partner. This enactment would amend the Criminal Code to allow a judge to consider, before making a release order in respect of an accused charged with an offense against his or her intimate partner, whether it is desirable for the safety of any person involved to require the accused, as a condition of the order, to wear a remote monitoring device. The enactment would also make a change to the Judges Act to provide for seminars on issues related to intimate partner violence and coercive control for the continuing education of judges.
I am grateful for the work that the members for Oakville, North Burlington, and York Center have done with Dr. Kagan and Mate Viator to give Kira a voice. All these efforts combined, we will help prevent such horrendous acts from taking place in the future. I truly appreciate their support and strong advocacy to make sure that domestic violence in all its forms will be taken seriously throughout the judicial process. The two initiatives within my proposed bill complement each other and are supported by the statistics and studies that demonstrate more needs to be done, more needs to be accomplished in order to halt femicides and filicides, as well as domestic violence, offenses that seem to increase by the year, and especially the last 2 years during the pandemic. In its December 6, 2021 edition, the Canadian Medical Association Journal, in its article, "The Physician's Role in the Prevention of Femicide in Canada," recalled some staggering findings. It was mentioned, and I quote, "In Canada, a woman is murdered every 2.5 days, ranging from 144 to 178 murders each year, and this was between 2015 and 2019. And in 2021, the rate of femicides upticked even higher. Of the women murdered, 50% were killed by intimate partners and 26% by family members. Ending the relationship does not end a woman's risk of death. 20 to 22% of intimate partner femicides were perpetrated by estranged spouses within the first 18 months of their separation. Women account for 80% of reported incidents of intimate partner violence, which affects all ages, races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic strata. Women at highest risk are those who are young, between 15 to 24 years old, immigrants, refugees, Indigenous women, or those women living with disabilities. Furthermore, data on femicide in Canada shows alarming trends among non-urban and Indigenous women. From 2016 to 2019, women living in non-urban areas accounted for 42% of femicides in Canada, even though only 16% of Canadians lived outside of cities, and 1/4 of all murdered women in Canada are Indigenous. Furthermore, violent and aggressive behavior toward female partners is not always weighed heavily enough to change outcomes during decision-making in Canadian family courts, such as in the cases of child custody. Cette dernière partie me fait...
And this reminds me of the tragic fate of little Kira Kagan, who lost her life at the hands of her father in a case of what was probably a murder-suicide yet the clues were there. Dr. Kagan Vader and her husband, Philip Vader, devote a great deal of their time to sparing other families the immense pain of losing a child under these heinous circumstances, circumstances that words can barely describe. In their view, continuing education on domestic violence and controlling behavior made available to judges who make decisions in child custody and access cases would be a step forward to better protect children from violent and abusive parents, as well as their parents who are victims of such violence. And I fully share this view. I have practiced as a family and criminal lawyer myself, and I have seen how the twists and turns of domestic violence permeate every aspect of the victim's life. These circumstances leave deep scars on the children who witness or are victims of this violence. Sometimes the abuse is silent, taking the form of controlling behavior and coercion, for example, and sometimes it leaves physical traces. In many cases, the victim becomes increasingly helpless and unrecognizable to those around them. It is an extremely complex phenomenon. And the more time passes, the more we realize that violence against an intimate partner and children can take many forms and manifest in various ways. This is why those involved in such cases, judges, lawyers, doctors, social workers, law enforcement, and so on, must be aware of new developments and scientific findings regarding the phenomenon of domestic violence and its repercussions.
In Spain, where electronic monitoring was used in domestic violence, it showed 45 women were killed by their intimate partners and 72 in 2004. A pilot conducted in Australia suggests that electronic monitoring contributed to an 82% reduction of high-risk incidents. Often, intimate victims do not denounce their abuser for various reasons, such as conviction that they won't be believed by the system, shame, fear of repercussions on the victim and/or their children, financial anxiety, and so forth. However, the telltale signs are habitually present in such circumstances. That is why those who interact with victims of this type of abuse should have or should develop the ability to detect even when it is silent or it is not denounced. Judges play a pivotal role in our society. They are the guardians of democracy as well as constitutional and human rights. They sometimes have the daunting task to adjudicate complex factual cases, and that could have a very long-lasting effect on people's lives. That is why it is imperative for our judiciary to have access to complete training on complex and evolving matters, such as domestic violence and coercive control, so that the best outcomes can be reached with their decisions. Our way of life evolves. If we take a second to think, our interactions have changed since COVID-19, and that is only the past 2 years. The rule of law must keep up with these changes and challenging times. As seen in 2021, a pandemic year, the femicide rate was trending even higher than previous years. We cannot ignore these sobering and sometimes terrifying statistics. The Lawyer Daily, in one of its articles from their December 21st, 2021 edition, reported, according to a voluminous study conducted by Jean-Pierre Gay and Francis Fortin, professors of criminology at the Université de Montréal, who were mandated by the Quebec government to study the use of electronic tracking devices. They stated that these increased complainants' sense of safety and developed a feeling of empowerment and autonomy in complainants, while allowing for a more focused and optimized police response. In other words, where implemented, Electronic monitoring can and will save lives. I think you all will agree with this, that there's nothing more important in this world than the preservation of human life. The bill I propose is meant to do just that. J'ai été secouée par l'histoire de ma...
I was shaken by the story of Ms. Raula Grissa, who narrowly escaped death in December 2019. Her ex-partner broke into her home and was waiting there to rape and kill her. Yet this brave woman had done everything to avoid this outcome. She had changed her apartment and car. She knew very well what her ex was capable of. He had previously violated restraining orders, and the police had told her that they were watching him. But that didn't stop him from showing up at her house with impunity. She was lucky to escape death by shutting herself into the bathroom with her 2-year-old daughter, but not before he had raped her. However, many other victims have lost their lives at the hands of their intimate partners. Ms. Grissa said that the system failed her and that she has to live with the aftermath of that horrible day, seared forever into her memory.
Will not solve the problem of domestic violence and its devastating repercussions. However, it is my firm belief, and those who help me with this project, that it will be one of the solutions to better protect victims of domestic violence. Chers collègues, je vous...
Dear colleagues, I invite you to join me in recognizing the usefulness and importance of this bill by voting in favor of it. Thank you for your support.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this important legislation to the House. And I look forward to sharing my comments with this House, and I look forward to telling her formally that she has my full support. And I know that she said in her comments that more needs to be done. And I'm wondering if she can comment on how that can happen, whether imposing sentences on those who, tougher sentences on those who assault their spouse, or that abuse is treated like an aggravating factor in sentencing, or that mandatory minimums are a possibility. The death of Kira was an entirely preventable one, and there's more that can be done. I just want to know if the honourable member would be amenable to things like that.
Honorable député de Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
I thank my honorable colleague from the bottom of my heart for her heartfelt words and her support of this bill. It means so much to everybody across Canada who is advocating for women's rights, for victims' rights, for the rights of children and those who are most vulnerable. Kira's death, as her mother said, could have been prevented if such measure had been put in place a long time ago, but I am very glad and grateful that I could bring such a bill forward with the support of my colleagues and the support of even opposition parties. I believe that this is a huge step. As we're all aware, coercive control is not even part of the criminal code. So this acknowledgement will be a huge step forward in us bringing justice to victims and complainants. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague on her bill, which I hope will go to committee as quickly as possible. It's an excellent piece of legislation. I'd also like to say how touched I was by her tribute to her former colleague. And I was also very touched and shocked by the story of the woman who had to hide in the bathroom. I hope that we can do more to prevent this from happening again. And I hope that this bill is part of that. We know that steps have been taken in Quebec, drawing inspiration from France and Spain. And so I'd like to ask my colleague if she's familiar with what's being done in Europe on this topic, the honourable member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle. I'd like to thank my dear colleague for the question, and thank you. I really appreciate his words. He too is a class act, and I greatly appreciate everything he has said on this bill. And I'm glad that he was touched by my tribute to Maître François Lheureux. I am very proud of what the province of Quebec has done on this matter. Just recently, they passed legislation on the electronic monitoring device, and we've seen in other countries that there has been success in dealing with this kind of situation. We've seen what was done in Spain, in Australia. We've seen a decrease in these violent incidents when these measures were taken. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this bill adopted, and I'm looking forward to working with provinces to improve the situation for victims.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for bringing forward this important legislation. I know that she has stood in this place time and time again, advocating for the rights of those less fortunate, advocating for the rights of people who are victimized, advocating for the rights of women and girls. And I have to say I'm proud to be a Canadian because we do have a feminist foreign policy that looks at the way that we can support women and girls around the world. And I just wonder if she, looking at Canada's role in Canada, but also around the world, if she can tell us a little bit about other ways we could be protecting women and girls outside of our borders, outside of Canada.
L'honorable députée de Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I thank my colleague for her words and also for her advocacy when it comes to the rights of women and girls. It's very, very important that these subjects always remain at the forefront, and Canada's foreign policy and our government's policy has always been to advocate for women's rights, not just here in Canada, but all over the world, and we will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for introducing this bill. I want to thank her for her efforts to right a wrong in our court system with her bill that will ensure that we educate judges on domestic violence and coercive control. And most importantly, I want to tell her that she has the support of the Member of Parliament for Thornhill and members on this side of the House. Madam Speaker, I want to share the story of Kira. I want to share the story of Jennifer, her mother, Philip, her stepfather, and her baby brother. I want to share the story of her family, of her friends, of her community. I want to share the story of Jen and Phil's pleas for Kira's safety in the face of well-documented, known, and proven coercive control and abuse in our court system. Kira was whip-smart, rambunctious, and a beautiful 4-year-old whose family was from Thornhill and whose life was stolen by an angry father who killed himself and Kira just over 2 years ago. Kira should be playing with her friends. She should be making her parents proud. She should be protecting her little brother. This was entirely preventable. Kira should be 7 years old. Instead, today, Kira is a statistic in a broken system that failed her. She is a court file number of those who didn't know what they were looking for. Madam Speaker, she is anything but. She is a daughter, a granddaughter, a big sister, a friend, a neighbor. She was so many things. She was an entire world of light, and her death was entirely preventable. Kira should be 7 years old. Madam Speaker, I cannot begin to imagine the heartbreak and the pain of the Kagan family. Kira's mother, Jen, and stepfather, Phil, in addition to being busy parents, a busy doctor and a busy lawyer, respectively, both have become full-time advocates for changes to the court system to educate judges on domestic violence and coercive control. That's where this bill came from. And while nothing will bring back their daughter, they are on the front lines of ensuring that what happened to Kira will never happen to another child in this country again. That is a tremendous responsibility. For victims of domestic abuse, their struggle to protect themselves and their children is a petrifying reality. Parents place their trust and their faith in family courts to provide child protection. And they would likely believe that decision makers in the system are making decisions from a place of knowledge and appropriate training. It should have never been up to Jen and Phil to plead with judges to show them what they needed to see. Madam Speaker, if you want to be an accredited mediator in this province, you have to do 21 hours of mandatory domestic violence training, and you have to update that training every year for 5 years. But judges don't. If judges were properly trained in understanding what violent family situations look like, if they knew what they were looking for, they would have been properly equipped to ensure Kira's life would have been saved. Jen's cry for action as a mother resonated in my community and in communities across the country. Jen and Phil did the work, and now it's up to members of this House to show them that their work and their courage to share their story will be the legacy of a painful journey they will always know. This was entirely preventable. Kira should be 7 years old. Madam Speaker, I speak to Kira's parents often, and even more, I speak to our mutual friends whose children loved Kira. I want to leave you with a sense of the impact of Kira's death on her friends. Zach is 7 years old. He said, "I really, really miss Kira bad, and I hope she will be still alive today, and I'm really sad she did die. She really liked to play with dogs. I like to go on trips with her to fun places with her, and I like to have meals with her, and I'd like to do a lot of things with her, and I miss her every single day." Ben, who's 9, said, "Kira was like a little cousin to me. She always acted like a little girl and a little boy at the same time, which was very cool. We would go swimming and do a lot of fun stuff, and we would make lots of noise in the hallway of her condo. She was funny, crazy, and fun, and I really miss Kira." Taylor's 7. She said she missed the play dates with Kira and that she knows that they would have been best friends. She asked if she could celebrate Kira's birthday, and her mother had an extra cupcake for Kira. These are just a few of the quotes and the stories from a whole community that's affected by this. And children, 7 or 9, should never have to cope with death of one of their friends. This was entirely preventable. Kira should be 7 years old. Madam Speaker, there are so many Canadians who are currently experiencing domestic violence at the hands of a parent or at the hands of their partner. Domestic violence leaves scars, it breaks people, it silences them. Children are not just exposed to domestic violence, they experience it. And children who experience domestic violence have higher rates of mental health issues, of anxiety, of depression, of panic attacks, of eating disorders, the list goes on. Madam Speaker, members of my party for a long time before I was in this place supported recommendations of adding terms like coercive control to the criminal code, and I'm sincerely grateful to see it in the bill today. However, I never thought that that was enough. I believe this bill is a start to see the injustice that this little girl faced never be repeated. And for so many other victims of domestic violence to see an outcome. We have the power in this place to change that. And while I support this bill, I also believe that imposing tough sentences on those who assault their spouse or partner is needed, while making it easier for victims to escape their abusers and rebuild their lives. And further amendments to the criminal code is needed so that it is an aggravating factor in sentencing for assault, and that mandatory minimum penalties of 2 years should be imposed. I hope that this conversation is a start to the much-needed broader reform to protect victims like Kira. Madam Speaker, I think you remember the Honourable Rona Ambrose introduced legislation in this House in 2017 that would require judges to undergo training with respect to sexual assault. That legislation eventually became law, and so should this bill. Yesterday, Kira's mother told me a story about an interaction she fondly remembered about her daughter. Jen said jokingly, "If you don't behave, I'm going to take you back to the baby store." And without hesitation, the rambunctious 4-year-old snapped back and said, "I'm going to bring you back to the grown-up store." Madam Speaker, we should listen to Kira's retort carefully. Because if we don't heed the warning right in front of us, if we don't relent on doing the right thing, if we allow domestic violence to go unchecked without using every single tool in the toolbox, if we let another child die senselessly, senselessly, we should all be returned to the grown-up store because this was entirely preventable. Kira should be 7 years old. Madam Speaker, I will end with this because I believe that we can ensure to have the tools in this place so it doesn't happen again. I think we can do that. And we should do it now. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice in this House, at the conclusion of the time provided for private members' business today, that C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Judges Act, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, the Honourable.
Yeah, just
point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, only because it's somewhat unique in terms of what's being asked here. My understanding is that we're hoping to see, because of the unanimous support of the chamber, it pass out of second reading so it can go to committee. I don't want to necessarily prejudge 338 members by saying every member of the House is saying that. So I just want to get clarification from the member. We are supportive of it going through and getting into committee.
Like to speak on the point of order? No? Okay.
So we can ask, is there...
So the procedure is that there is a motion before the House. I will ask if there's unanimous consent, and it will be determined by the response. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed?
The House has heard the wording of the motion. All those opposed, please say nay.
Carried. Resuming debate,
the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As bloc critic for the status of women and the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, I rise today to speak to Bill C-333, which amends the Criminal Code to require a judge, before making a release order of an accused charged with an offense against their intimate partner, to consider whether it is desirable in the interests of the safety of any person to impose on the accused, as a condition of the order, that they wear a remote monitoring device. The text also amends the Judges Act to provide for seminars on issues related to intimate partner violence and coercive control for ongoing education of judges. Since we just finished a study on this issue at committee, and with all the sensitivity and progress made on this issue in Quebec, I am making a modest contribution to this debate. I would like to say that from the outset that the Bloc will vote in favor of this bill, and we'd also like to look at it quickly in committee. My speech will begin by discussing what has already been voted on in Quebec, followed by a reminder of the importance of training for workers who work with victims. And I will conclude by talking more about coercive control in this debate. First, the proposed amendments to the Criminal Code regarding remote monitoring devices are consistent with the legislation in Quebec. Bill 24 of the National Assembly, amending Quebec's correctional system, providing the power to require that an offender be linked to a location tracking device. This law came into effect on March 18, 2022. Here we're talking about serious sexual delinquents who use this electronic bracelet. Sentences of less than 2 years are managed by Quebec, and these electronic bracelets are already being used elsewhere, for example, in Spain. The Legault government announced the implementation of these bracelets as part of a package of 14 new measures to address partner violence. And according to a study in Quebec, the anti-stalking bracelet increases victims' sense of security and quality of life, reduces episodes of non-compliance with an order, and increases offenders' adherence to treatment measures in the community. The bracelet alone will not reduce the incidence of domestic violence, although it is a promising tool. So it should be part of a package of measures designed to help both victims and perpetrators. Under no circumstances should the bracelet be used as an incentive to reduce funding for other measures to end domestic violence. This support is managed by the Quebec government, and the funds necessary for their implementation must continue to be transferred to it. The RMFWC, for a housing group for victims of violence, reminds us that the use of this bracelet also affects the victim who must wear it. And they generally have an increased sense of safety, but it can have an effect of hypervigilance in victims. And that is why we have to have the women concerned to refer to specialized resources in order to offer them support throughout the process. This illustrates once again the importance of maintaining funding to counter intimate partner violence. Ms. Lemelchier clarified that one might think that domestic violence stops when the woman leaves the home, but this is not the case. Instead, the violence takes another form called post-separation spousal violence. It can take many forms, including harassment on social media, ongoing financial control, retention of a woman's immigration documents, or denying supervised visitation, which keeps children safe. Control continues and increases over time. The time after separation is the most dangerous for women and children. Also, the tracking device is only as reliable as the cell phone network on which it depends. In Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, the reliability of the network and the size of the territory it covers can represent major challenges for the implementation and operation of these devices. Second, the proposed amendments to the Judges Act are consistent with the position of the Bloc, as they serve to increase protection of complainants. This issue of victim safety is crucial. Here, the amendment seeks to expand the training of judges in sexual assault so that they can have a more thorough understanding of intimate partner violence, and we're adding the concept of coercive control. One would think that a better understanding on the part of judges would improve the protection and safety of victims of intimate partner violence, a concept that I wanted to add to our committee study. Thanks again to Mirabelle Poulin, who has made me aware of coercive control, because violence always hurts, even though it's not always evident. The Bloc welcomes any measures aiming to increase the safety of partners who are victims of violence and deplores any violence between intimate partners, who are most often women. We support the fight against domestic violence and femicide, which has seen a sad and unacceptable increase during this pandemic. But I'd also like to express my condolences to these too many victims. We'd also like to have a commission to investigate the prevention legislative framework and coercion of domestic violence described as honor crimes. We demand that the federal government financially contribute to the Quebec government's efforts to prevent violence, and during the fall 2021 campaign, the Bloc argued that to fight domestic violence, money should be taken from the Canada Health Transfer immediately. And I'd like to commend the work of organizations who volunteer in this area. Long-term investments will also allow for generational change, and this is essential in this fight. Ms. Sabrina Lemelchier, president of the Shelter Alliance for Women and Children Victims of Domestic Violence, has also underscored the importance of maintaining this funding. She testified at the Status of Women Committee and referred to a report tabled by committee on the accompaniment of children, and this is an important report on building trust that will allow us to establish a safety net. It talks about the continuum of services. It's extremely important to emphasize that victims need to be supported at all stages, with special mention to Véronique Yvon, who is part of this transparent committee, like the one we had on Dying with Dignity, and she will not be running for re-election in Quebec City. But all trials involving sex crimes are greatly influenced by the training and competence of judges. It goes without saying that ongoing training of judges on sexual assault law can be updated. The Bloc has been firmly supportive of this type of project since it was first raised in the House in 2020. Amendments to the Criminal Code and the Judges Act that address ongoing judicial education enhance public confidence in the justice system are law, and they came into force on May 6, 2021. This bill follows a recent recommendation of the Justice Committee in its report in April entitled The Shadow Pandemic, Stopping Coercive and Controlling Behavior in Intimate Relationships. The committee recommended that the federal government engage in a dialogue with provincial and territorial governments and other affected stakeholders to promote and fund a campaign to raise public awareness of coercive and controlling behavior and provide training on the dynamics of such behavior to the justice system, including police, lawyers, and judges. The training must be trauma-informed, incorporate intersectional perspectives, and be accompanied by tools and policies to support interventions in this area. At the Status of Women Committee, Pamela Cross, Legal Director of Luke's Place, a support and resource center for women and children, reminded participants that until criminal justice and family law professionals fully understand the reality of domestic violence and how widespread it is, they will not be able to respond to it. Until they understand that it will not end with separation and that many fathers use their children as weapons, Canadian shelters will continue to turn away hundreds of children and women every year who will continue to die. Now, I will say, in light of this bill in Quebec, the Bloc is also in favor of ongoing training for judges. And Quebec is one step ahead of Ottawa, but we can only welcome all advances that aim to better protect and treat victims of intimate partner violence so that these terrible and all too numerous femicides will end. And as a mother of little Naomi, this sentence takes on full meaning, not one more. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to stand today and share my thoughts on this very, very important piece of legislation. I would like to begin by thanking the member from Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle for bringing forward this piece of legislation. This is legislation that should have come forward much sooner. The fact that we have this legislation now, I think, is a testament to the work that this member has done and a testament to her appreciation and efforts on behalf of women in Canada. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express my support for this piece of legislation. New Democrats have always looked for ways to do more to support women and to protect women and children from violence, intimate partner violence, and the necessary reforms to the judicial system. The New Democrats will continue to advocate for more action and investment from the Liberal government to continue to eliminate gender-based violence. As the foreign affairs critic for the New Democratic Party, of course, I will also be pushing for additional funding, additional support, additional action for support for women and girls outside of the country as well. This bill, Madam Speaker, is an important step forward. It is an important step that needed to be taken. What this bill does is it includes judicial reform. It allows for better support for victims to protect them. And I think all of us in this place need to think about how it must feel to live in coercive situations, to live in abusive situations, to live in that fear, in that trauma. It's very, very important that as parliamentarians, as lawmakers, that we consider that in our work that we do. There can be no greater job for parliamentarians than to protect the lives of children and women in this country. And I do know that intimate partner violence is not solely something that is done to women, but it is something that is predominantly done to women. And I think we can all agree that violence against women in this country is a crisis. It is a national crisis. You know, prior to COVID-19, globally, 1 in 3 women experienced some sort of intimate partner violence. We know that intimate partner violence occurs in households that are low income, that there are higher instances of it in Indigenous homes. We know that COVID-19 has resulted in a surge in gender-based violence. During the first 6 months of 2021, 92 women and girls were killed in Canada. Madam Speaker, 92 women and girls were killed in Canada. In recognition of this upsurge in violence, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women has recently undertaken a study on IPV. I want to give you a little bit of a sense about the situation in Alberta as well, if I could, Madam Speaker. In Alberta, 1 in 3 Albertans will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, and the overwhelming majority of these victims are females. In Calgary, the Calgary-based Saguenay Domestic Violence Prevention Society had to expand its services, with demand increasing more than 100% between 2019 and 2021. In fact, Andrea Silverstone, the CEO of SEGES, and I'll quote her, she says, "After every natural disaster that we've seen in Alberta, whether it was the flood or the fires, the rate of domestic violence went up. And they never went down again." The effects of COVID-19 on domestic violence and the rise of numbers is going to continue for 2 to 5 years or even longer, because there are issues of employment. There are issues of economic stress that is also a contributing factor, and that we know is still ongoing and probably going to get worse before it gets better. End quote. Madam Speaker, the number of victims of domestic violence was up 13.5% from 2019 to 2020, according to information provided by the Edmonton Police Service. And that's in Canada. But that increase that was caused during COVID is echoed around the world. We know that the impacts of COVID will be felt disproportionately by women and girls around the world. I brought it up earlier today. I'm very, very proud of the fact that our country is one of the very first countries to have a feminist international assistance policy. I'm very proud that I was able to contribute to the building of that policy before I was a member of this place. I'm looking forward to the day when the government tables and brings forward the feminist foreign policy, because I think it is important that when we look at supporting women and girls around the world, this is not a development issue. This is a diplomacy issue. This is a defense issue. This is an issue that I can't think of a single ministry within this government that doesn't need to have a feminist lens applied to it. And I will tell you that some of the ways that we can do more to protect women and girls in Canada and around the world is to do things like have predictable and targeted funding made available, to ensure that those resources are in place. You know, a key thing we can do to protect women and girls in Canada is to look at those 231 calls for action with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. You know, we have seen the Commission bring forward this roadmap for us. We've seen the Commission outline exactly what needs to be done, and we could be doing those things right now. That would be some additional support we could do. Now, that's not what this bill talks about. This bill talks about putting pieces in place that will provide that additional level of security for women who are experiencing violence from their intimate partners. And I think everyone in this House agrees that this is an excellent step to take. I think we are all looking forward to bringing this to committee, to having this go forward, to having this made into law. I think you can see by the unanimous consent that we saw earlier today that that is something that is important for all of us. And Madam Speaker, some of the things that I think we also need to consider as we look at this bill and future bills that we can do to improve supports for women and girls. We can look at things like low barrier housing, low barrier shelters, so that more women can find shelter, can find relief, can be safe with their children against intimate partner violence. We can ensure that there is better supports for training of judges. This is an excellent step for training of judges, but we've seen it around this country where judges do not understand intimate partner violence. They do not understand coercion. They do not know how to deal with those when they come in front of them. You know, we have a case in southern Alberta right now in the city of Lethbridge where there is a, I'm just going to find my information on that if I can. There is an example where a mother has not seen her child for over a year, has been separated because the father was given, was awarded custody and has not followed the law that was outlined and has not provided that shared custody to the mother as well. And I have to tell you that this is despite the fact that he has been charged with 7 pending offenses, including possession of weapon, death threats, criminal harassment, and stalking. This is a situation where the Queen's Bench justice does not seem to feel that this man is a risk, and this education for judges, I think, is vital and vitally important. Madam Speaker, I see that my time is running out, and I want to end by once again thanking the member for bringing this piece of legislation forward. I was touched by her intervention earlier today, and I fully support what she has done to bring this forward, and the NDP party, or the NDP will be supporting this legislation. And I also want to express my sympathy to all those for which this bill did not come soon enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency, just public safety, I guess, eh? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is a very special day as we begin debate on this important bill. Let me begin by thanking the MP for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for bringing forward Bill C-233 and her passion and commitment to ending gender-based violence. I'd also like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle and the member for York Centre for their support. And finally, special thanks to the Minister of Justice and his team for their empathetic work and advice on this critical issue. Bill C-233 will enhance continuing education for judges on matters related to intimate partner violence and coercive control, as well as introduce into the Criminal Code electronic monitoring control. The bill holds a special place in my heart because of a young girl, Kira Kagan. In fact, the bill has been called Kira's Law in her memory. Kira's life was taken from her 2 years ago by her father in an act of revenge. I cannot imagine the pain that Kira's mom, Jennifer, feels every single day. And yet Jennifer has become an inspiring advocate for changes to the court system to educate judges on domestic violence and coercive control. Children are not merely exposed to domestic violence, they experience it. In the worst case, children are killed by a violent parent. Kira's father had a history of intimate partner violence, but the judge was dismissive of the abuse and still granted unsupervised access. Today, Kira is dead. This is a devastating example of the dire need for judicial education of intimate partner violence and its effect on children. In Kira's case, the judge was a labor lawyer prior to being appointed to the bench. One would assume that judges presiding over cases like this would have specialized training or expertise, but that is not the case. In fact, no formal training is required in cases involving domestic violence and coercive control. Darian Henderson-Bellman was a young woman from Halton Region who was killed by her violent ex-boyfriend in 2020. Darian's murderer was under interim judicial release in connection with previous alleged domestic violence incidents. Darian's death might have been prevented if a judge decided to use electronic monitoring control on her abuser when he was placed under interim judicial release. Bill C-233 will introduce into the Criminal Code electronic monitoring control in some cases at the judicial interim release phase, which is under Section 515 of the Criminal Code. This mechanism would ensure to a greater extent the safety and security of intimate partner complaints and their children. With Bill C-233, we want to grow a movement that goes beyond the federal government, sparking conversations across the country. In my riding of Oakville North Burlington, Halton Women's Place have been staunch advocates for Kira's Law and have been educating our region on the effects that coercive control and intimate partner violence have on children. Laurie Hepburn, Executive Director of Halton Women's Place, and her team have been working with Women's Shelters Canada to raise awareness connecting with women's shelters in all provinces on the importance of Kira's Law. A constituent of mine, Sonia Robinson, was so moved by Jennifer's story that she created a petition calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill C-233. The petition has now garnered over 4,000 signatures. This is yet another example of the palpable effect that Jennifer and Kira's story has had on Canadians. I urge everyone watching today, Madam Speaker, to sign the petition, and I thank you, Sonia, for your advocacy. Recently, Burlington Mayor Marianne Mead Ward learned of Kira's Law and brought a motion to Burlington Council in support, which was passed unanimously. The same motion supporting the bill has been passed unanimously by Halton Regional Council, City of Vaughan, and I know other municipalities are actively working on motions of support. None of this, Madam Speaker, would have been possible without the hard work and dedication of Kira's mother and stepfather, Dr. Jennifer Kagan and Philip Vader. Jennifer and Phil are devoting their lives to spreading awareness about coercive control and intimate partner violence, and have made sure that Kira Kagan will always be remembered. Jennifer and Philip regularly meet with members of Parliament from across the country. Because of their work, I have been able to collaborate with my colleagues from across the floor on this important and nonpartisan issue. I'd especially like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Status of Women and the Chair of the Status of Women Committee, the member from Middlesex Elgin, for their help and support. When I woke up this morning, the sun was shining brighter than it has for weeks. I think that it's Kira shining down on us, an angel whose legacy truly can change the world. We owe it to Kira, Jennifer, and Philip to get this bill passed. By passing Bill C-233, Kira will be truly changing the world, something she always wanted to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
There could be a
L'honorable député de Dorsal, la Chine, la Salle a 5 minutes de réplique.
5-minute right of reply if she so desires.
L'honorable député de Dorval, la Chine, la Salle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleagues from the bottom of my heart for the words that I heard spoken today. I am deeply touched.
Gratitude, eternal gratitude to my colleagues for their heartfelt, compassionate, and even empathetic words they have used today in the chamber for this very important subject. I thank again Dr. Kagan and her husband, Mate Philip Vieter, for their work, for all the advocacy groups across Canada who have pushed for this legislation to become law. And I am very humbled, and I don't have any more words. I'm bursting with emotion. So thank you very much for listening to me, and to everybody for everything you said today. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C-233 is deemed read a second time.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Okay. It being 2:15, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.